Join.
Good evening and welcome to the June 17th, 2020 regular board meeting. I'd like to introduce President Reardon.
Jim, I think you're muted.
Thank you. Good evening again, and welcome to the June 17th, 2020 regular board meeting of the Capistrano Unified School District. The meeting is now in session and the time is 5:04 p.m. Due to the nature of the COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with Governor Newsom's Executive Order N-2920 issued on March 17th, 2020, the board members have the option to attend board meetings and take action on items telephonically. The boardroom is closed to the public this evening and until further notice. However, we are allowing the public to participate in this board meeting telephonically. Prior to this meeting, the district posted a link for you to call in if you wish to address the board on any closed session agenda item this evening. Most trustees this evening are calling in telephonically, and that being said, we'll take a roll call from each of them. Ms. Schmidt, would you call the roll?
Trustee Hanachek.
Here.
Trustee Bullockis.
Here.
Trustee Castellanos.
Here.
Trustee Holloway.
Here.
Trustee Jones.
Here.
Trustee McNicholas.
Here.
And Trustee Reardon.
Here. We could note that Trustee McNicholas is here in the Ed Center with me, and the remaining trustees are on the phone. Before the board recesses to closed session, we have some speakers who would like to address the board closed session items. Ms. Schmidt, the first speaker would be David Hanrahan.
That speaker is not on the line.
Okay. The second speaker is Claudia Calderon.
That speaker is not on the line.
Okay. The third speaker is Kane Serratos.
That speaker is not online.
Okay. And the fourth speaker is Dana Collins.
I'm here.
Okay. Dana, go ahead.
Yes. Hi. I have 3 kids in Capo. My oldest, he's been there since kindergarten. He's going into 11th grade. My other 2 are younger ones at LNES. I'm really hoping that we can come to some kind of conclusion like Placentia or Yorba did. The social distancing for kids is going to be really hard to implement, and it's not going to be healthy for them. The mask issue, it's unhealthy. The kids are going to be touching them all day. And, you know, it's going to be a health issue where our kids are going to have more cases of flu and cold this season just because of touching their faces and wearing dirty masks. You know, having 3 days on, 2 days off, half sessions, it's going to be hard for working parents. I just don't see how this is going to benefit our children or the district or the teachers. There have been only 12 children's deaths over the whole US from coronavirus. 10 were associated with Hashimoto's, which that could have been the factor. Another one had spinal meningitis, so they weren't directly coronavirus cases. Last year, we had 600 kids die from the flu. We've never taken these kind of precautions for that. This has been proven to be a disease that affects the elderly and the sickly, which it's very easy to not, you can contaminate them from not being around kids. And we can't just go on like this forever. And the schools are going to lose so much money next year. I know a lot of people already talked about pulling their kids out and putting them in private schools or doing a homeschooling type setting, not the distance learning. And I really, really hope you guys can hear us parents, because the majority of us don't want it. The ones who are afraid have the option of doing a distance learning maybe, and let the other ones go back to school if that's the case.
All right, Dana, thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Are there any other speakers, Susie? We'll call those first three names in open session in case there was some confusion about the sign-up.
There are no more speakers.
Okay, with that then, the board will now recess to closed session to address the following agenda items: public health emergency, consultation with agency counsel, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to 4 cases, and then significant exposure to 1 additional case. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, a significant exposure to litigation in 3 cases. Liability claims, a significant exposure to litigation in 2 cases. Conference with real property negotiators for property PA3K8 number 2, approximately 20-acre school site. And also for property Southwest Transportation and Groundskeeping Facility, a 5.51 acre property located at 26126 Victoria Boulevard in Dana Point. Another student readmissions, 2 cases, conference with legal negotiators, CUEA, CSEA, Teamsters, and CUMA. And off to closed session, please.
Good evening and welcome to the June 17th, 2020 regular board meeting. I'd like to introduce President Jim Reardon.
Thank you, Ms. Schmidt. Good evening and welcome to the June 17th, 2020 regular board meeting of the Capistrano Unified School District. The meeting is now in session and the time is 7:05 p.m. Please make note that staff has pulled agenda item number 14, limited use license agreement for Rancho Santa Margarita Landscape and Recreation Corporation for the use of Tijeras Creek Park. And also note that on agenda item number 29, school board minutes, staff has revised the minutes from the May 20, 2020 regular board meeting on agenda items 20, 21, and 22, and items 23, 24, and 25. The vote will now read under items 20, 21, and 22 in part as part of the consolidated motion for 20, 21, and 22. And under items 23, 24, and 25, the vote will now read as part of the consolidated motion for items 23, 24, and 25. Revised copies of those minutes are available on the district website. Also note that all items on the agenda this evening will be by roll call vote because we're doing the meeting remotely. So I'd call the meeting to order, and Ms. Schmidt, could you please call the roll?
Trustee Hanachek,
Here.
Trustee Bolikas,
Here.
Trustee Castellanos,
Here.
Trustee Holloway,
Here.
Trustee Jones,
Here.
Trustee McNicholas,
Here.
and Trustee Reardon.
Here. And the record will note that Trustee McNicholas and I are at the Ed Center. The remaining trustees are all participating remotely. I will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Let's all do the best we can. And begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, too late.
Okay. May I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Motion by Trustee McNicholas. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, and that would be Trustee Bolikas. Ms. Schmidt, would you please call the roll?
Trustee Hanachek,
Aye.
Trustee Bolikas,
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos,
Aye.
Trustee Holloway,
Aye.
Trustee Jones,
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas,
Aye.
Trustee Reardon.
Aye. So the motion passes 7-0 by roll call vote. Ms. Schmidt, could you please read the report out of our closed session?
On agenda item 3A, public health emergency, trustees gave direction to staff. On agenda item 3B, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendations on ADR case number 201-90509, ADR case number 201-90719, ADR case number 201-91022, ADR case number 202-00527. On agenda item B-5, trustees gave direction to staff. On agenda item 3C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendation on OAH case number 201-911-0180, OAH case number 201-911-0452, OAH case number 202-003-0267. On agenda item 3D, liability claims, trustees voted 6-0-1 to approve staff recommendations on rejection of government claim numbers 1907-165 and 200-7052. On agenda item 3E, conference with real property negotiators, E1 and E2, trustees gave direction to staff. On agenda item 3F, student readmissions, trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendations on case number 2018-050, case number 201-055. On agenda item 3G, conference with labor negotiators, trustees gave direction to staff. That completes the report.
Thank you, Ms. Schmidt. So we'll move to board and superintendent comments. I'll recognize the superintendent first off.
Great, good evening. I want to begin this evening by appreciating the incredible diversity of public schools and the values we share with our Capistrano Unified School District communities, students, families, and staff. We as a nation have watched incredibly painful events unfold over the last few weeks, and I want to assure our families that we teach students that racism and discrimination are antithetical to a free society. Now, equally, we teach that peaceful protest is an integral part of democracy. While we are not in school because of summer break, I still feel it's important that we reiterate these values as a district tonight. Last fall, we developed a cultural proficient task force to share experiences and learn from each other and work collaboratively as an organization to address equity gaps in student achievement and learning experiences. The task force worked throughout the last school year and will continue to do this work through this fall. I'm proud of this work and believe that our efforts will ultimately strengthen and support teaching and learning for all of the young people we proudly serve each and every day in CUSD. This will be an integral part of our reopening plan in August and will be presented at a board workshop in person, we hope, in the fall. Tonight, I'm also pleased to present our initial reopening plans. I'm proud of the work that's happening with our opening committee, and we'd love to open school as normal. But as of today, and under the current conditions and guidelines, this is not an option for any school district in the state of California. We know there are more questions than answers, and we will continue to work through details using feedback from our families and our employees to pull this framework together collaboratively. We'll figure this out working together. And that concludes my remarks tonight.
Thank you. Trustee Hanachek, any comments this evening?
I do. I would like to continue the discussion around the cultural proficiency piece. I look forward to the board workshop, and what we deserve, what our students deserve from us is to carry them well equipped as possible into their next phases. I mean, our mission alone says to prepare our students to meet the challenges of a rapidly changing world. And our vision is an unwavering commitment to student success. We might need to add all student success. So I personally feel we must explore and support a culturally proficient curriculum that heightens students' understanding of racism, religious intolerance, prejudice, and bigotry, and to increase our students' ability to relate history to their own lives and promote greater understanding of their roles and responsibilities in democracy. And I do see us with a cultural proficiency group, and I know that there is a very large group that is also dealing with specific elements such as suspension rates. This is very important to a lot of our students are bringing this forward, IEPs and ELD and access to AP classes. We have had an ongoing discussion post the Lincoln High School incident at San Clemente High School. They have created No Place for Hate. And this group was created as a direct result of this incident and the aftermath of student generated, saying that they had experienced racism and homophobia at their school, and they don't see enough direct response to it from the administration and the teachers, again, coming back to that cultural proficiency work. So this group, we're hoping, or they are hoping, that this group then would be expanded into other schools. The other thing that has come up too is how best to maybe introduce sooner rather than later a component for our students. People always talk about CCP. I'm not going to really talk about that too much right now, but where we could inject in a curriculum piece. And ironically, in the 90s, San Clemente High School teacher Joe Moros created a class. It was called Promoting Tolerance Through Understanding, which was featured on a PBS series, Seeking Solutions. And there's a great article in the LA Times archives about that. So they were doing that in the 90s, and it was very targeted, same situations we have today. The issues are all there. I felt like I was reading 2020. Also there, interestingly, also Apex offers a multicultural studies one semester course that emphasizes the perspectives of minority groups while allowing students from all backgrounds to better understand and appreciate how race, culture, and ethnicity and identity contribute to their experience. And then lastly, that I'd be excited to go into this more, our CCA Pathway to Law course. They provide students a deeper understanding of cultural inclusiveness and equity and the due process of law. And all those courses and those pathways are creating students, they're understanding their citizens' rights and responsibilities, legal impact on society, cultural diversity, and equity. So those students are already engaged, and the work necessary to impact systemic change in the service to others. So kind of excited where we are, so far of where we could go to serve our children. We need to prepare those kids. It is a rapidly changing world. So thank you to all who has been doing the work now.
Thank you, Amy. Trustee Bullicus, please. Comments?
I do not have any at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Castellanos.
Yes, thank you. I know we have a lot of pressing issues around reopening our schools tonight, but I want to take a moment to kind of reflect on the Black Lives Matter movement and Superintendent Vital's comments regarding our work around cultural work and awareness and tolerance. How, as a district, can we continue to move our students forward in this rapidly changing world that we're in? Tonight, I'd like to request a resolution that focuses on educating our youth to develop an understanding of cultural awareness and to continue the work that we've already created through our Cultural Proficiency Task Force. I would like to take a closer look at our curriculum and how we can better prepare our students to become leaders in our communities with more empathy and with an appreciation for other cultures and ethnic groups. That's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
All right. Obviously, we can't take up a resolution this evening, but we look forward to seeing that. Trustee Holloway, please, comments?
None at this time.
Okay. Trustee Jones.
I'm very much in support of bringing forward a resolution on this matter. We cannot say that all lives matter unless we believe that Black lives and brown lives matter. And I hear from parents in our district on a regular basis, brown and Black parents, about the things that happen to them and their children right here in this district. And it is simply unacceptable. All lives do not matter unless Black lives and brown lives matter. Thank you.
Okay. Trustee McNicholas.
No comments at this time.
And I'm not going to follow up with any comments, except I would look forward to seeing that resolution as well. This brings us to oral communications. This is the part of the agenda where the public has an obligation to speak on matters not agendized. And tonight we have 3 registered speakers. So if Ms. Schmidt is with me, the first speaker is Tara Matheson.
Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me? Good
Yes,
evening.
just fine.
Good evening. My name is Tara Matheson, and Matheson, I know it's a hard one. And I am the mother of Maxwell, who attends Ladera Ranch Middle School General Education, and of Sam, who attends Ambule Elementary and Special Education Program. And I'm attending this evening's call regarding an important matter as explained in a letter I addressed to the district yesterday, June 16th. And I'd like to read that letter to you all now. And that really kind of covers where some of the concern is. It is with great concern we send this letter regarding our son in special education under an individualized education program. I will spare you all the details regarding our son and his specific needs, but as any parents, we think Sam is an enthusiastic and awesome child for many reasons. We appreciate and understand how difficult it was for the district to adapt quickly to an emergency situation in the last months of school, and we applaud you for what you were able to accomplish in such a critical time to keep both our children and your staff safe. We provided feedback on the survey for both of our children, and we really appreciate you asked for and listened to our feedback. Although I will say it did seem a little more aimed towards general education than some of the special education needs. For our son that's in general education in middle school, it was already difficult for him to adapt, and he is an excellent student. So I'm sure you've heard many stories such as that. Unfortunately, and not to the fault of the teachers or amazing staff and ancillary services, Sam, our younger child, did not thrive in distant learning. In fact, it was extremely challenging to the point I am no longer able to work because he required so much support. It was impossible to provide that while being on back-to-back Zoom calls for work. Unfortunately, Sam did not meet the 360 minutes of services per day as outlined by the agreed upon IEP. Again, we very much understand this was a quick change. Everyone did the best they could considering the circumstances. So I like to look forward. And what we would expect is there to have been ample time to learn from the last few months and then apply these learnings to both extended school year as well as what the reopening will look like in August. Again, knowing that we don't know all of these things. Sam began ESY this week, and per his IEP, he is to receive daily 240 minutes of specialized academic instruction. In addition, speech therapy, 8 sessions for 20 minutes, OT, 4 sessions for 30 minutes, adaptive PE, 1 per week times 20 minutes, and 240 minutes of additional program support. From what I understand, ESY is recommended to retain gains.
Thank you, Speaker, your time is up.
Okay. Well,
we've got your letter.
Great.
So, and appreciate your comments. Thank you very much.
Yes. You're welcome.
All right. The next speaker, please, is Michelle Plossel Campbell. Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent, President Reardon, and Board of Trustees. I am glad to hear that President Reardon says it is our obligation to pull a blue card at the start of this. So I want to thank the district for all of the outreach the district has done with parents in the greater community regarding our budget issues and reopening schools. One question I've heard many times is how can we advocate for more funding for CUSD? Our district-wide PTSA is the Capistrano Unified Council of Parent Teacher Student Associations. Our goal is to support advocacy efforts locally and at the state and federal level to benefit all the students of Capistrano Unified. We have a letter writing campaign at both the state and federal levels regarding the needs for additional funds for our students. Draft letters, as well as emails and addresses to send them to, are available at cucptsa.com. Just click on the Take Action button to find them. CUCPTSA looks forward to continuing to work with our district on advocating for the funding we need to educate our students. Please take a moment to visit cucptsa.com and send a letter to our state and federal representatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. The next speaker would be Carrie Ibbotson.
Thank you for having me. Thank you, President Reardon and Board of Trustees. My name is Carrie Ibbotson. I am a San Juan Elementary School parent. I have a 5th grader who is he's going to be going into 5th grade. And we have a concern that I know that you've received many letters about. Miss Jones and Miss Vital, this is really directed at you this evening. I would hope for your help with this. Although no formal announcements have been made, we have, as parents, have been made aware of significant changes in many of the grade teams. Specifically, the 5th grade teachers are all being dismantled. We as parents are really concerned with it, especially with the core values being stated that you want the kids to return to normalcy and feel connected. And we feel that that is in direct opposition to our kids coming back into school with an entire team who is well respected and well known within our school as being a strong team, and that to be dismantled for our kids to not return to. We're very concerned with that. We are asking for a meeting with you, Ms. Jones, to please sit down and work with your constituents with this matter. We feel that our program is failing, and we as parents are trying to take action immediately, And we ask that you as the board also sit down and work with us to take action immediately so that this dual immersion program can continue to thrive. Because when we see the leadership that has been brought into our school, it was not somebody that was originally on the panel. And one of the things that we've talked about is the cultural competency within the immersion program, and that is being dismantled in front of our eyes. And we're extremely concerned about the program, and we can see it in the lack of numbers that are coming in to the kinder program, and we really need your help. We're begging for your help, and we need to come together as a united front to make this happen. Ms. Jones, I look forward to continuing this conversation online, and I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carrie. That is the end of oral communications. However, to avoid confusion, there were some names registered for the closed session. I'd like to check and see if they're online. We had David Hanrahan.
That caller's not on the line.
And Claudia Calderon.
That caller is not on the line.
And Kane Cervantos.
That caller is not on the line.
And Dana Collins.
That caller is not on the line.
Okay, then that concludes oral communications, and we move directly to the public hearing. At this time, I would like to open the public hearing regarding 2020-2021 Special Education Local Plan Area Annual Service Plan and Annual Budget Plan. The time is now 7:26 p.m. Do we have any blue cards on this item? And let's see, it's item 1. I have 2 names for item 1. The first is Trina Nguyen Lee.
Good afternoon. My name is Trina Nguyen Lee. My daughter is going to Chapel Elementary School. She'll be in kindergarten in 2021. As I want to know what is the school budget for special education, as I have known that there are 14 special education teachers have been laid off. I would like to know why those special education teachers have been laid off, and will we get them back for the school for 2020 and 2021? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Trina. We can't address that directly, but perhaps one of the staff members can reach out to you about that. The second speaker is Erica Areola.
Hi, yeah. My daughter goes to middle school, is going to go into middle school at Marco, and my son will be in sophomore in high school. And I work for Capo as well. I just wonder for next year, if they're doing like the hybrid education that you guys are talking about, how am I supposed to go to work all day and pick up my kids midday?
Yeah, that's actually not related to this item, but perhaps as we get to item 33, we'll hear a little more about that.
Okay.
Okay. And now we'll move to close the public hearing. The time is now 7:28 p.m. And we'll move on to the next item 2 on the agenda. At this time, I would like to open the public hearing regarding 2020-2021 proposed budget adoption. The time is 7:28 p.m. And do we have any speakers? Let's see if we have any speakers on this item. This is item 2. I have Michelle Plassel-Campbell, please.
Good evening. Our state passed a placeholder budget on June 15th that is highly reliant on federal funds to the states for education and covering expenses due to COVID-19. The budget passed relies on the use of deferments to try and make everything balance. I anticipate updates to the state budget after the July 15th tax filing deadline, so hopefully our budget woes are not as severe as anticipated. But I am encouraged to see the assumptions that were used in establishing our district budget for 2020 through 2021, while still honoring the district's commitment to our student mental health services and school counselors who are so valued by our students and communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. And also again, Erica Ariola. Erica, a comment on item 2, or
What was that? I'm sorry.
you're registered to speak on item 2, the public hearing on the budget.
With the budget, I have no comment.
All right, thank you. So the public hearing on this item is now closed at 7:30 p.m. At this time, I would like to open the public hearing regarding Capistrano Unified School District's initial proposal to the California School Employees Association for 2020 to 2022 negotiations. The time is now 7:30 p.m. Are there any speakers on this item? I have Erica again. Erica, a comment on this item, or was that a mistake?
I didn't have a comment on that item.
Okay.
That was a mistake.
Okay, and so we'll move on with no further speakers. The public hearing is now closed and the time is 7:31 p.m. Next, at this time, I would like to open the public hearing regarding Capistrano Unified School District's initial proposal to Capistrano Unified Education Association for 2020 through 2022 negotiations. The time is now 7:31 p.m. Are there any speakers on item 4? Again, I have Erica. Is that a comment or a mistake?
I had no comment on that. My whole comment was just about the schooling.
All right, we'll get to item 33 and we can talk about that. So with that, the public hearing is now closed and the time is 7:31. At this time, I'd like to open the public hearing regarding Capistrano Unified School District's initial proposal to General Truck Drivers Office Food and Warehouse Union, Teamsters Local 952 for 2020 through 2022 negotiations. The time is now 7:32 p.m. And I have no speakers on that item. And with that, we'll close the public hearing at 7:32 p.m. and move to the consent calendar. Please note that per board policy 9323.2 and in accordance with law, the public has a right to comment on any item on the consent calendar. At the request of any member of the board, any item on the consent calendar shall be removed and given individual consideration for action as a regular agenda item. On the consent calendar, I think I had a couple of comments. I had Trina Nguyen Lee.
No
Trina?
comment on that one.
Thank you. And Erica Ariola again. No comment there?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Then trustees, are there any items that you wish to pull? For trustee Hanachek,
No items, thank you.
trustee Bullicus,
No items, thank you.
trustee Castellanos,
No, no, thank you.
trustee Holloway.
No, all my questions were answered.
Okay, trustee Jones,
Nothing to pull.
trustee McNicholas,
Nothing for me.
and I have none. So may I have a motion to approve the consent calendar, items 6 through 32?
So
Move to approve.
Okay, I have one, Patricia has moved and
I'll second.
Second,
I've got a second here. And with trustee McNicholas, Ms. Schmidt, would you please call the roll?
Hanachek,
Aye.
trustee Bellicus,
aye.
trustee Castellanos,
Aye.
trustee Holloway,
Aye.
trustee Jones,
Aye.
trustee McNicholas,
Aye.
trustee Reardon.
Aye, excuse me. The consent calendar passes 7-0. So that moves us to discussion action items. And we're at item 33, which is reopening of schools in the fall of 2020. I'll recognize Dr. Greg Merwin, Associate Superintendent, Student Support Services, to present this item.
Thank you, President Reardon, trustees, and Superintendent Vitale. It is with pleasure that staff presents item 33, the district's reopening schools plan for 2020-2021 school year. We are going to share an overview of the plan and the 4 components of that plan. We will be talking about the values of our community that are foundational to the plan. We will also be providing a timeline. Before we start with the presentation, we will be sure to share some issues that frame and provide context to the plan, including the budget crisis that we are facing, as well as the California Department of Public Health guidelines. I'm going to share my screen and bring up the PowerPoint presentation that is part of the exhibit at this time. And give me a moment here as I bring that up. President Reardon, can you see my screen?
Yes, it's just fine.
Very good, thank you. So as we start to discuss the school plan, I would like to mention I'd like to frame this and put it in the context of some limitations that we are facing as we reopen school. First and foremost, we have a budget crisis in our state. We are awaiting final approval for the state budget, and that will help determine the severity and the timing of significant reductions that we face. Given these very restrictive limitations of the budget, we know that we need to use current staffing and resources to the greatest extent possible, while we also deliver on a plan that aligns with our community's core values. The other framework that's very important for us to understand as we look at this plan together is the health and safety guidelines from the state and the county that make up our standard of care. Currently, we are our state is in stage 2 of the resilience roadmap. This has been a little confusing for the public because some of the businesses that are allowed to reopen currently, such as hair salons, are actually in stage 3 of the resilience roadmap. But even though we are in stage 2 as a state, county by county, some of these stage 3 businesses and activities are being allowed to reopen in an accelerated stage 2. So that being said, we are currently in stage 2 as we present this plan. The California Department of Public Health makes up our guidelines for the work that we present to trustees and to the community. And that sets the standard of care. And as we get to our health and safety guidelines, we will make sure that we discuss the importance of those guidelines in defining this plan. Finally, as we move into the components, I'd like to remind trustees and the community that this is preliminary planning. Many of the details are still being worked out by our reopening teams, including some details regarding special education, adult transition program, and supervision options for the secondary schools. We look forward to bringing a finalized plan to be presented at the July 15th board meeting. And with that, we're going to go ahead and walk you through using the PowerPoint that is in the exhibit. First and foremost, this reopening plan has 4 key components. The main points of each one of these components are underlined. So you can see in number 1, safety and well-being standards. Number 2, curriculum and instruction. Number 3, mental health and emotional support, social emotional learning, and cultural diversity. And number 4, learning models. Staff is grateful for the work of the 2 reopening schools teams. We have a lead team and a logistics team, and the members of both of those teams are listed in the addendum. This is a terrific group of people representing all different labor groups, as well as all the different departments. So we have school representatives, district representatives, certificated classified teachers, support staff. It's a terrific group. These two teams are meeting regularly every single week and will continue to meet throughout the summer in preparation for opening day. Please, if you'd like to see the list of these members, you can see them in the addendum of the board report. But please note that we are adding new members constantly, so the lists are already outdated. So we appreciate all of the support from these people, from these dedicated members. Very quickly, like to point out to trustees and the community the importance of the core values that work as the foundation of this district's reopening schools plan. These values are listed on pages 4 and 5 of the board report. I would just like to point out that they are themed in they have two major themes: safety and connectedness and learning. And these are all written from a student's perspective. So I'd like to point out again the very, very important values to our community, that our students feel connected, students have a sense of returning to normal, students benefit from interaction with peers and teachers. For learning, that all students benefit from being on campus, but some students are more successful than others working independently. And also that some students require more support and differentiated support than others. And in our values, we include the earliest grades, students with disabilities, and how juniors and seniors also benefit from additional support from an equity lens. And so we want to call those out inside of these values. Component number 1 is our plan for health and safety. And as it states here, all safety and health measures will align with current California Department of Public Health and Orange County Healthcare Agency guidelines. We as a public entity are required to have a standard of care for our students. And the California Department of Public Health and the Orange County Healthcare Agency provide that guidance to give us that standard. We are currently awaiting guidelines for the Orange County Healthcare Agency for reopening schools. And so we rely on our state's Department of Public Health to provide that standard of care. Attorney Tony DeMarco from Atkinson, Andelson, Loya, Rude, and Romo is here with us this evening to help clarify the legal implications of standard of care and the district's obligations regarding adherence to these guidelines. President Reardon, may I ask Mr. DeMarco to speak briefly on this topic?
Certainly, go ahead. Mr. DeMarco, are you with us?
I believe so. Thank you, trustees. Can you hear me?
Yes, just fine.
Perfect. And Dr. Merwin did a great job of describing that we're obligated to meet this standard of care. And this isn't a new concept. This is not related to the current pandemic. This is just something that as a school district, we're required to do in all aspects, all service areas. So for example, we know what the standards of care are for regular classroom management. We know what the standards of care are for transportation services, for food services, for monitoring playgrounds, for student supervision, for athletics, because these have all been established over the course of time. What we're in now is a more fluid environment where we have to sort of cobble together different pieces of guidance into what could be our standard of care. And this has been a little bit challenging, not just because we're in a pandemic, but because we also have to look for guidance from state agencies, from federal agencies, and from our local government agencies. Right now, there's a state of flux. As Dr. Merwin explained, the pandemic is in different stages, and as we progress towards the school year, we expect more and more guidance so that we can further develop our standard care. But the best way to explain it is probably to use an example that we already know. So let's just take the example of student entry and onto campuses. When we have a campus, for example, that's on a busy street, we know what the rule is for the entry into campus. We know that we have to have crosswalks. We have to provide monitoring. We know that we have to control the flow of traffic. Right now, what we're looking for are those type of standards that we can apply to classrooms and transportation in this new COVID world. So right now, we have the California Department of Health that has issued guidance. We have the California Department of Education that has issued guidance. as well as the CDC. And what we're going to be doing as we get closer and closer to the school year is taking those various sources, and hopefully the Orange County Healthcare Agency issues some as well. And we're going to say, okay, what are the commonalities between these sources? What do they all say we should be doing? What are the standards that are required of us, which are suggestions? And we're going to put together and emphasize that we are meeting our standard of care by looking at which ones are the most stringent standards and then following them. What we hope that is that even though there's going to be some assumption of the risk anytime students and staff are present on campus, that we can minimize those risks by adhering to these established standards of care. Those will range from each of the bullets that Dr. Merwin has on this slide. I know that we're not prepared to go into detail about this arrangement right now, but I can assure you that with administration, we're actively mining all of these sources of information for the latest and most detailed guidance that we can get.
Thank you very much, Mr. DeMarco.
Dr. Merwin, you're going to continue, Dr. Merwin?
Yes, thank you, President Reardon. So staff would like to remind trustees that additional information is available in the board report regarding meals, sports, and transportation. I'd like to talk just very briefly on those as well. Regarding transportation, it will be provided to students based on IEP services that are mandated. But physical distancing restrictions will be enforced as per the most recent guidance of the California Department of Public Health and Orange County Healthcare Agency, and that will significantly impact the number of students who can ride on the bus at one time. So therefore, other transportation services may be limited or suspended until social distancing restrictions are lifted in order to accommodate the increased number of buses and routes, given restrictions regarding the number of riders. So while we will be able to provide transportation to students with IEPs who have it as a related service, we are unable to guarantee that home to school busing can continue when we reopen. So I would like to reassure trustees we are completing an analysis on this, and we'll include this information in the plan that is presented on July 15th. I'd also like to share some additional information regarding sports. And so I'm going to ask Mr. Josh Hill, Assistant Superintendent, if you would jump in on the call and clarify based upon our most current guidance from CIF. President Reardon, may I ask Mr. Hill to speak?
Certainly.
Thank you, Dr. Merwin. Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Vitale. So we have been planning for the phased reopening of sports for the last few weeks of the school year. Lacking guidance from CIF, we had relied on standards that had been published by our National Athletic Association. And so we had developed a plan to slowly reintroduce sports, working first with conditioning during the summer, small groups of students working under the guidance of staff, adhering to social distancing practices, no contact with athletic equipment that would be shared between students, and then looking to open up beyond that as conditions allowed for us to do so. The CIF guidance was published just the other day, and we're going to be revising our plans to align with that guidance. But our initial review of it reinforces what our previous plans were. There's not a lot of difference in what we had initially discussed. We just want to keep in mind that as we continue to move forward, the recommendations, the guidance continues to shift, and we'll continue to shift with that. But if there are concerns regarding our plans, some of that could be the result of the fact that our plans were developed prior to some of this guidance being available. So we're definitely being flexible and responsive to what is being officially published and shared. We're just having to make adjustments as needed. But so far, not too much is needed to be adjusted. We'll continue to monitor that as we proceed through the summer. We're planning currently on reopening July 6th, and this is common each summer. High schools have to declare what's called by CIF a summer dead period. That provides athletes an opportunity to take a true break from the school year. And so we've declared our summer dead period to expire on July 6th. And at that time, we would begin that phased reopening of conditioning and sports following the guidance that's been published.
Thank you, Mr. Hill.
Sure. Go ahead.
I'd like to now move on to component number 2. And component number 2 is about curriculum and instruction and a focus on those critical values of our community around consistency, rigor, engagement, flexibility, clarity, effectiveness. And so I would like to share with trustees that we are working in our reopening lead team to identify our comprehensive curriculum that will be an online curriculum for the fall. We have learned from the examples of successes and the challenges and limitations from distance learning this past year. And so we want to move forward with a robust, consistent, outstanding online curriculum. So we are looking at 2 different options. One involves a singular learning platform, which would then be where a district would develop curriculum inside of that learning management system. And then we're also looking at purchasing a pre-built curriculum. And Florida Virtual and Apex Learning are those 2 pre-built curriculums that we are currently considering. We are excited to share with trustees in the community that in our reopening lead team meetings that we have identified for elementary school that we would like to move forward with this singular learning management system called Canvas, and that we would within that build a district developed curriculum using our current curriculum in elementary school and create online modules with the intent and the promise of delivering the first trimester content by July 1st, and then have that vetted and then be able to deliver at least the second trimester by August, so that we would have a significant amount of it built and ready to go. We are excited to share this recommendation with trustees at the June 24th board meeting, and we will recommend that to trustees. For secondary schools, we continue to do work in the reopening lead team meetings, and we will be providing a recommendation to trustees for the secondary schools regarding our plan for that online curriculum that meets those values. I would like to ask Mr. Josh Hill to jump in and just very briefly share where our reopening lead team is with the secondary curriculum option.
Sure, thank you, Dr. Merwin. So we're currently looking at the potential of developing lessons. Given some of the restraints that we are under, there's a limited number of time before school reopens, and there are a number of courses that we teach at the high school and middle school level that would need to be developed. Given that reality, we've prioritized those courses that are not available in an online curriculum that we could purchase. And so we're continuing to plan for the development of those classes specifically. And then based on the availability of teachers and the expertise needed to develop our own curriculum for all courses, we'll be making that recommendation, whether we purchase a curriculum that's been pre-built or we develop our own resources within a learning management platform.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. And I would also like to share too that the elementary team has already assembled over 40 different teachers with our curriculum specialists, and knowing that they only have, not only because we know it's complex, but that there are the kinder through 5th grade to develop, we recognize that the elementary and secondary need to be looked at separately. Same values apply, but we're looking at them separately as the reopening team comes up with recommendations that we will present to the board. The other things I'd like to just very quickly emphasize within component number 2 is that, as it states in the board report, a focus on fundamentals and core curriculum, understanding that there may be regression and lost learning during distance learning. And so we want to very quickly, as it says in the last bullet, assess all of our students, kind of understand where they're at what their needs are, intervene for them as appropriate, and then provide opportunities for our students. So there is a commitment to do this as we return in the fall, to make sure that the fundamentals of numeracy and literacy are strong for our elementary students, that our core curriculum is emphasized for our secondary students, and that we, whether the student is just general education or general education with an IEP, we understand that we want to assess them, we want to intervene as necessary, and then provide those opportunities for them. Understanding, again, our youngest students that are learning to read, our primary grades, and then our juniors and seniors, and understanding that that all students need those equitable opportunities to be successful as we return in the fall. Component number 3, very quickly, just calls out the need for emotional support and cultural diversity. So as it states here, this is a component in and of itself and not just folded into component number 2 of the curriculum instruction, but it is called out by itself for its importance. We understand that due to the isolation that families and students and staff have been dealing with since mid-March, that we need to equip our administrators and our teachers and all of our staff members with mental health and emotional support strategies. As this shows, CUMA means Capistrano Unified Management Association. And so that just means when our district managers return in July for their yearly retreat, we will start with training for them on signs of trauma and also mental health strategies for them to support not only themselves, but their teachers and their staff, to understand that teachers and staff will have needs and need support as they return. We then will be providing teacher training for our teachers in August to be able to integrate strategies, to build on the work that our counselors already do with social emotional learning and emotional support, but that all teachers can learn strategies to integrate into their coursework. And then finally, we will continue to offer parent webinars by our counselors, some outstanding webinars this past spring, and we will continue to do those every month throughout the year. And as Superintendent Vitale stated and trustees in opening comments, as part of the reopening plan to tap into the work of the Cultural Proficiency Task Force and to focus on inclusivity and awareness to then get to those increased outcomes for all of our students. And so we will focus on, we will begin with training for our administrators in the fall, and we look forward at the board workshop to share with trustees and our community regarding additional steps next year and into the future years for cultural diversity. And so now we are very excited to share with you our proposal for program models. And as was stated by Superintendent Vitale in her opening statements, option number one continues to be our priority, our goal. We intend to open as normal if conditions allow, but this option is not currently available to us because we have not arrived at stage 4. We are at stage 2. Granted, it's an accelerated part of stage 2, and we know that some of the stage 3 higher risk businesses and activities are opening, but we're not there. We are not at stage 4, so we cannot consider a traditional format until there are minimal restrictions and stage 4 is achieved. I would then also like to point out that option 2, our 100% online option, will actually continue to be available even when we return to that traditional format. Option 2 is that comprehensive online learning with that is not distance learning. It's building on the successes, but also understanding the limitations and challenges of distance learning to come up with a very comprehensive, robust online curriculum option. And that would be option number 2, which is available in the traditional format and also available within option number 3. So then that gets us to describing option number 3 for trustees and for our community. And I would like to share that option number 3 successfully returns our K-5 students to school 5 days per week at their school of residence, while allowing our secondary students to be at their school of residence 50% of the week. And so there may be quite, and we have some following slides, and please bear with me as we fully explain. But some people might say, well, why is it 50% with the teacher? For example, looking at the K-5, why is it 50% with the teacher and 50% with this extended learning with staff? Why is it not just 100% with the teacher all at once? Well, due to the California Department of Public Health guidelines around distancing, physical distancing, we must reduce our class sizes by half. We must reduce them by half. So that means class sizes will be cut in half. And that is why only 50% of the class can be with the teacher, because it is half the size that it is in a traditional format. And that is what then requires to have additional staff to have the other 50% of the class with someone else, because we cannot have 100% of the class in the classroom at the same time due to the distancing requirements by California Department of Public Health. So it's very important to understand that this is, again, going back to the limitations that we shared when we kind of framed this at the very beginning. We have limitations around class sizes that we must follow. Those distancing limitations affect how many students can be with the teacher at once. And so it's very important for that to be made aware as we look at this together. I want to also point out some terminology here. We have flipped classroom and we have extended learning. So flipped classroom is an instructional strategy, and there is the next slide. Josh Hill will share a little bit with us briefly on what these terms mean, because many might be saying, well, what is this flipped classroom thing? It's actually a very strategic instructional strategy that we would use because of the 50% with teacher and 50% with staff. Also, we get questions about, well, what is extended learning? And Mr. Hill will talk a little bit about that as well, and how that is staffed primarily by paraeducators and classified staff, but it's enhanced by certificated teachers who would provide different opportunities during that extended learning time. I also, before we move on to the next slide and go a little more deeper, is to say that we understand that for our secondary students, 50% with the teacher and 50% online independent study. As I mentioned in the beginning, we are continuing to look at supervision options for our middle school students, and we will bring information back to trustees at the July 15th board meeting after some more additional detailed work. And finally, as we move on to the next slide, remember that we are continuing to work out details, and some things that you will be looking at are still approximations as we fine tune our plan and bring it back in July. So let me just go ahead now and ask Mr. Hill, would you please just do a brief explanation on what is extended learning and what is flipped classroom?
Certainly. So to piggyback on Dr. Merwin's comments regarding the learning environment for students, we don't have the potential or the ability to have students with teachers in the K-5 setting all day long, every day. That would require double the number of teachers that we currently have in our elementary school programs. That being said, we wish we did, and we would like to do that, but we just don't have it. But what we have considered are different ways that we can maybe place and assign staff next year to work with students in this setting. So when students are not with their classroom teacher, they're either at the elementary school level, at home, or on campus. For those students who remain on campus, we would provide extended learning activities for them. Now, those activities ideally could be provided by a certificated credentialed teacher for part of the time. For instance, we've talked about creative approaches around physical education, music, art courses, similar to what you might see in an elective wheel at a middle school. But we also recognize that we will have to have additional staff. And so our approach has been to focus on supporting the learning that is occurring in the classroom. So in this idea, we would have paraeducators or classified staff members, sometimes they're referred to as aides, who would be assigned to work with groups of students on the other half of the curriculum. So For part of the time, the students are with their teacher in the classroom, but for the other half of the time, they're not. And the paraeducator could work with students in that role to support them as they're involved in that other half of the learning. So the other half is the flipped classroom approach. Traditionally, teachers think of the work students do at home as being independent learning or homework. So they would have been taught a concept in the classroom, they would have been given some guided support in the classroom, and then expected to go home and do some additional work with that concept or skill that doesn't require the help of a teacher. In the flipped classroom model, students actually do some of the learning on their own at home, but the learning is established and structured such that the student is able to access it on their own. The parent is not expected to be the teacher. Their classroom teacher is still the teacher, but portions of the curriculum are able to be done by the students independently. This involves the utilization of videos, teachers recording themselves teaching, audio explanations of concepts, and other approaches that enable the student to have access to the curriculum without the teacher being physically and synchronously with the student. So the student's still able to engage in learning. The idea behind the flipped classroom approach is that students participate in learning content or skills that can be done on their own, and they're traditionally at a lower depth of knowledge. Some of the more intense dives into the curriculum can be done with the teacher when the student comes to classroom prepared now for that deeper dive. So this enables to have more flexibility to engage students in laboratory activities, discussions and debates, other types of projects that are better done in the classroom environment with a teacher present. It also provides opportunities for teachers to pinpoint and differentiate those foundational literacy and numeracy skills that we need to highlight. All of our teachers have been involved during the past 2 years, prioritizing what is essential and developing both curriculum and intervention strategies to identify those topics and help students become proficient with them. So that time with the teacher becomes even more valuable as teachers are able to engage students in that very targeted, in-depth instruction, expecting that the students will do the other part of the work at home, but structuring it in such a way that they're able to do so without a teacher looking over their shoulder the entire time. Does that mean that parents are entirely off the hook? Yes, but we all know that nothing's perfect, and we would anticipate that there would still be technical challenges. I know that I still have to sit down with my students sometimes, my own children, and help them sometimes clarify what I think a question is answering. But the value here is that they're with their teachers every single day. So even if there was a question, they will be with their teacher again tomorrow. So it's an opportunity for us to focus on that limited classroom time with the teacher around those things that are most essential, and then to develop approaches for students so that independently they're able to continue to have success and learn, even if the teacher is not with them physically.
Thank you, Josh. I would also like to point out, before we look at a sample elementary and then sample middle school, high school models, I would like to point out regarding special education programs. And I'm very excited about in this plan, we are able to more easily accommodate distancing and smaller class sizes for our specialized programs because they are already built with smaller class sizes. As I mentioned before, we are working within the constraints of needing to create more distancing than a regular sized classroom would allow with 30 students, 32 students, et cetera. With our specialized programs, they already have smaller class sizes. So we are proposing in this plan 5 days per week, full day model in both kinder through 5th and 6th through 12th for our special education programs. We are doing additional analysis just to make sure that we're looking at all the different issues and complexities around special education, but we are very confident that is part of our plan, 5 days per week, full day model for our specialized programs for special education. So I just like to make sure that's clear as we look, because I know that is not, that is in the board report, but it does not state that here on the slideshow. So I want to just make sure everybody's aware of that. So as we look at a sample model, I would like to state up front that these times are approximate. These times are approximate, and as we finalize plans, as we mentioned when we framed this, there are still details to be worked out. So please look beyond the times thinking that they're fixed. They are approximate. Also, the staggered arrival and the staggered dismissal. That is something that is an option for us to achieve distancing and to avoid large gatherings, which are both in the guidelines from California Department of Public Health. But we are, after some more analysis, we feel that staggered arrivals and dismissals may not be necessary, that we may be able to actually achieve the distancing and avoid the gatherings and keep smaller groups of students without staggering. So we also don't want, we ask that the community and trustees allow us to do a little more analysis as we bring this back in July, because staggered arrivals and dismissals may not be necessary. And these times may change. So we just want to start with that caveat. I also want to point out now that within the K-5 model that we are looking at, we actually have 3 choices. So bear with me here. You can see a full day choice, cohort A and B, that's full day. We also realize the value of families is to have choices, and we have a half day choice. Cohort C and D are actually half day. So if a family chooses just to have the direct instruction and classroom instruction with the teacher, but not the extended learning, they would have that choice. And you can see it's either with the classroom instruction in the morning or the classroom instruction in the afternoon. But instead of having extended learning on the campus, the student would instead work independently at home. And as Mr. Hill stated, that it would not be that the parent is expected to teach them at home. It would truly be independent work at home. And then finally, the third choice is 100% online. So remember, as we looked at the initial options, that option 2, 100% online, is built in to these choices for families. And you can see there is direct teaching. There is a teacher assigned to the 100% online choice within option 3. So I just want to very, very quickly share a couple of things. One is that you can see here, teacher 1 is in cohort A and B, meaning that this is a group of let's say it's a 2nd grade classroom, 30 students are on that teacher's roster. That teacher teaches half of the group in the morning, because remember, class size reduction, we can only have half the students in the class at the same time due to distancing. And then the other half of the class is in the afternoon. So that class of 30 of that 2nd grade teacher are just split in half, with half of them being taught in the morning and half of them being taught in the afternoon, in order to achieve the distancing requirements so that we have distancing for our students and our teacher in the classroom setting. The half that is not with the teacher is with that supervisor, that paraeducator, that classified staff, enhanced by our certificated staff, as Mr. Hill described. The half that's not with the teacher is with that staff member doing the extended learning. So very important to understand that this is set up in this way because of distancing requirements. And so a benefit of this, believe it or not, there is a benefit, and that is very small class sizes. Very small class sizes for our teacher, working with now half the size of the class that they would typically teach in a traditional model. And then, of course, you have your half day option, where you have the teacher teaching for half day, and then the student goes home and works online, or the student works online independently and then arrives for the second half of the day. We want to mention that as we've talked in the forums, the webinars with our families earlier in the week, I believe it was actually yesterday, that we would obviously be, recognize that families would have a a choice regarding the AM classroom instruction or the PM classroom instruction. And we would absolutely listen to families. We just wouldn't be able to guarantee to families that they would get that choice if they wanted the morning versus the afternoon or vice versa. We would absolutely be open and would ask families for their choice, but we just wouldn't be able to guarantee due to staffing limitations and whatnot. So we just want to make sure that that's very clear to everyone up front. So this is the elementary model. And just again, to reemphasize what Mr. Hill stated, extended learning, the parent responsibility for the independent study and online, it's very similar to independent work and homework. We're not expecting teachers to teach lessons to their child. We would be very much independent for our families. So very similar to what would typically be a homework model where we just need to make sure they're doing their homework. That would be the limit of the expectations for our parents. Now going to ask Mr. Hill if you would walk us through what this looks like for our secondary grades 6 through 12.
Certainly. And I would just like to clarify, Dr. Merwin, you said it's not that teachers would teach lessons. I think you meant that parents would teach lessons, and emphasizing the importance of independent learning. Because we certainly anticipate our teachers being the teachers of the students, but recognizing that when the teachers are working in the classroom in those smaller class sizes with students on targeted concepts, they're not able, obviously, to work with other students at home simultaneously. So we are developing the lessons in such a way that they can be done independently. And we also recognize that this will take time and training of students. We don't expect students to know how to do this on their own. They'll have to be taught, and the level of support and practice that will be required will be obviously greater for the younger students as we help them become capable of going online and learning how to access the content that they're going to need to access. So yes, as Dr. Merwin said, this is a visual of what a student might see, but for clarity's sake, we've provided multiple tracks. A student would be assigned to a track in a secondary school. And it could be a block schedule, it could be a traditional schedule. Those are some of the specific components that we will be working at school sites and as teams of principals and other staff to work through. But this approach shows you a block schedule approach, which is an approach that we currently use in our high schools, where students attend longer classes and they do it less frequently. Now, the advantage to this is it reduces the need to clean classrooms because students aren't moving as much, and it provides extended time for staff and teachers to work with students in these settings. If you're going to conduct, let's say, a laboratory experiment and there's an amount of setup and takedown that's required, especially including and being thoughtful about additional cleaning, the longer classroom time permits that extra time to be able to delve more deeply into a topic, to arrange or set up for an activity, and to tear down and clean up afterwards. In this approach, a student would be assigned either to an A or a B track, and they would attend school every other day. This current schedule shows that there is one day a week that is different, and currently what's being displayed here is a traditional model, which again is the model that's currently used in our high schools, where one of the 4 or 5 days a week is traditional. They attend all of their classes on that day for a shorter period of time, and the other 4 days are block. The difference here being that students are only able to attend one of the 2 block days, again, to keep the numbers of students down so that we can maintain the distancing requirements that are in place. So a student would still have 6 classes. There's the potential for a student to take more than that or less than that based on our current policy. So we've had a lot of people wonder about 0 period, and we would anticipate there would still be options for those types of classes. Just the specifics would need to be worked out at each site as we have confirmed numbers of students and are able to plan more specifically for classes based on actual student registration. The other thing I'd like to point out here is that there is flexibility. There is room for a school to do things differently. But that being the case, we also recognize that other schools will also have families sometimes that have siblings in them. And we'll be working to think through what that looks like and the impact on families so that we can try to balance the need of families to have students on similar schedules with the need to offer programming so that students have access to the same comprehensive types of programming that we've had in the past. So the thing I like to mention is that, as Dr. Merwin referenced, this is all being developed. It's being refined. We're continuing to study different models, and we will be able to provide models that I believe meet the values that have been expressed, but acknowledging that until we have more specific data, it'll be difficult to do the fine point planning that needs to still happen. If you want to go to the next slide, Dr. Merwin. This slide just briefly shares the staggered schedule idea. In our initial planning, which started actually in May, we were really unsure about what would be expected. And we were planning for scenarios where we would have to have fewer than 50 students congregating at any one time in any one area. Now, based on the California Department of Public Health guidance, we understand that the emphasis is actually focused more on distancing and helping students stay safe in that method, and not so much on the numbers of students in total. So in working with our schools, we determined that it will be unlikely that we would need to have staggered starts and stops to schools. Plus the flexibility in a schedule where a student may only take 5 classes, let's say, already creates somewhat of a staggered approach because not all students are arriving at the same time. So these are things, like I said, that we'll continue to develop, but this is some of our current thinking around these ideas. And again, without going into more detail right now, I'm gonna stop and let you process and then work on answering questions that might be out there.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. So we will, the final pieces of this are communication and timeline. And we would like to stay too. We know we've had some significant questions and feedback from our community, from the forums, and for the email link from this evening. And I would like to point out that we are working very diligently to answer those questions, and that we will actually, we're developing an FAQ that we will get out very shortly to the community. And I mention that because we will have this FAQ posted in the reopening website. There will be a reopening website on our front page of our district website, where families can go and access this frequently asked question document that will be built on all of the questions that we're generating over the past week. We will also be archiving in this website weekly messaging that will go out to families from communications and Ryan Burris regarding regular updates, at least weekly, for families and then also for our staff. We recognize that as we move forward to the July 15th board meeting and then closer into August, the guidelines that we are following may change. There may be more information that we need to share, and so we will be providing families with that regular communication loop. We'll also be developing a reopening guide, so families will have a document that will be able to guide them to very quickly to the key points of reopening, so that they can have that information. And then a more detailed nuts and bolts version of it for our staff. They are supported as they prepare for reopening. We also have mentioned, as we talked about the program options, how critical it is to understand from all of our families what their intent is regarding these choices that we have shared. The 3 choices within the option 3 for elementary schools, the 100% option, the 50% option, and then the full day option. And then for our secondary families, the 100% online or the 50%, the 50-50 model. And so we are going to be asking trustees for guidance and direction. And we feel strongly that we should do an early registration beginning next week, where we reach out to our families and ask for that early registration to, with everything that we know right now, the guidelines where they are, the choices that we have, to ask for an early registration so that we can understand as staff the staffing implications, space on each campus, and to have really strong information for us between starting next week and then into early July. And then, as this last bullet states, that we would be committed to reaching out to families again at the end of July to ask and say, okay, we need you now to confirm that this is still your choice, so that we can do any final staffing and any final campus work for learning spaces, and to be prepared, fully prepared for reopening on August 18th. And this final bullet then brings that kind of helps to shape some of these next steps. And tonight we are obviously presenting to trustees and the public regarding our plan. We then will do this early registration for families, and we propose that starts as early as next week with a clear description of the choices that we've shared tonight. We then will come back next week with with recommendations for online curriculum, and to ask trustees for approval. We then come back July 15th to present again all these details that we've discussed tonight and all the work that we're continuing to do to really nail down these plans, and to present that to the board July 15th for final approval of the plan moving forward. We then confirm registration with our families towards the end of July, to just to recognize that families will need to commit to a choice, but then also sharing with families that there will be periodic points where families can then adjust their choice and be able to switch from, so let's say, 100% online to another model. We want to allow families the opportunity to do that at certain points throughout the year, and that will be explained at the July 15th board meeting. So families and when we confirm with families, that will be very clear to them. And then finally, we have obviously our August 18th opening day, but we would return on August 19th to the board with a report regarding implementation. So staff recommends, based on where we are with current guidelines and that we are in stage 2, staff recommends option 3 for reopening schools for the 2021 school year. We request guidance from trustees this evening, and we look forward to presenting a final reopening schools plan for approval at July 15th board meeting. We are available to answer any questions at this time. Thank you very much, trustees.
Thank you, Dr. Merwin. Thank you, Mr. Hill. Fabulous presentation. We have about 14 members of the public who would like to speak on this item tonight. I'm going to seek the opinion of trustees about whether we should just proceed with that.
Jim, it's Amy. I say please proceed with that. That sounds good to me. Thank you.
So we'll proceed with 3 minutes on 14 people. I'm not hearing any objections. And so, Ms. Schmidt, the first speaker on this item would be Cindy Wright.
Hi, my name is Cindy Wright. I teach at Aliso Niguel High School, and I just want to address the flipped classroom concept for the secondary schools. I completely disagree with the idea of removing instruction from the classroom teacher. Parents, 88% of them want to send their kids back to school so they can get instruction from their teachers. To try and keep this consistent throughout the district by having one program, whether it's the Florida Apex or Canvas program where everybody is doing the same thing at home online, is depriving the kids of being in front of the teacher for that instruction that the teachers are looking for. When students were doing things online, there was a lot of a huge disconnect between what they did and did not understand. And what I had understand, there was a disconnect between friends of mine that are on the task force, what Josh Hill mentioned on Monday when we went through this PowerPoint then. Our belief, and many teachers' belief, was that it was not going to be flipped, that teachers are going to be in the classroom instructing, and will send home work that they have constructed that they've been doing for years for the students to do at home, as we do. It failed. Distance learning failed because these kids were not in front of us at any time. And also it happened so immediately that it was very, very difficult to plan. So what I'm proposing is that you simply allow us to continue to develop lessons through the Canvas program in which teachers are teaching, because at no point in time has anybody addressed if we flip the classroom and it doesn't address what would happen if students are not prepared for class. What if they do not go online? I was constantly being addressed by many, many parents by, I can't get my kid to go online. Whenever I was online, 5, maybe 6 students would appear. So I'm telling you, as an AP teacher, none of my students went online to get the study guides through College Board to study for their AP classes. That this is going to fail so quickly that what are the teachers going to do when we have to then reteach, but we also have these assignments that we didn't give online because they're supposedly learning online. And if parents wanted online instruction, they would simply sign up for Plan B. So I don't know why this hasn't been explained, or maybe have more input by teachers, but at the secondary level, I don't know of any teachers that think that the flipped concept of 100% instruction at home online is a good idea.
Thank you, Cindy. Thank you for the comments. The next speaker would be Clay Sisman.
Hi there. First of all, I want to thank you for doing such a great job getting school going online. You know, tough circumstances. Hats off to the board and to the district teachers for doing that. My daughter is a graduate this year of ABMS and an incoming freshman for Aliso Niguel High School. And I appreciate the proposals that you put out and the clarification on those. I think it shows a lot of thought and an effective use of methodologies. And like you've said, we don't know what August 18th will bring. I know there's been an uptick of cases lately. I've got really 4 things to consider as you are looking at the nuts and bolts of reopening, and all of them revolve around component 1, health and safety. And I'm a retired educator of 39 years and spent 36 years in a local high school. So I kind of come from that background. But the first question I think is, the 16-to-1, you mentioned that in the information that you sent out. Is that the max? My question is that the max, or is that an average? Because I know that smaller classes in, say, honors or special ed can actually throw off the averages. So I think that's one question that I'd like to have clarified. Do you expect kids to be wearing masks? I know one of the questions asked about distance and mask use, and the percentage of parents who would feel comfortable sending kids back if both of those were in place. And I guess the question is what happens if the masks are not required. And there was a mention in the presentation about cleaning between classes. And I know as an educator, one of the filthiest things in the classroom is probably the student desks. And these are things that are going to be shared by the kids. And it's going to be a surface contact issue potentially as kids go from period to period. And like they said, the block scheduling is something that is going to help reduce the amount of movement, but something to consider there. And then as an educator, I know that every day I probably had about 3 or 4 kids who were really sick who came to school, and whether the parents knew or didn't know, again, I'm coming from a high school background, mostly seniors. How are you going to ensure that the kids who are walking on campus who are sick or should actually be staying home? So those are the 4 issues I kind of like to add to the mix as you're talking about the nuts and bolts of reopening schools.
Thank you, Mr. Sisman. The next speaker would be Nicholas Jiragi. Maybe you can help me with that last name.
That speaker is not on the line.
Okay. We'll move on to Kristen Okura.
She is on the line. Just
hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Kristen.
Trying to unmute myself there. Thank you very much. Thank you everyone on the call for your hours of reading, preparing, and planning, including parents, teachers, and our district personnel. I would hope that during a health pandemic, the first option would not be to cut physical education classes. And yet here we are again, when the mental health and overall wellness are and should be front and center for our CUSD students and staff. As pointed out in one of your main points, how is removing physical education from secondary level going to assist in meeting this goal? Over my years, or decades, I should say, in CUSD, I have always heard that the only question the elementary students have coming in to middle school is about lunch and their physical education class. Is it really every day? Yes, it is every day, just like all your other subjects, and usually treated equally. Previously, I've come before you to argue for physical education to be implemented at the elementary level, and against hiring outside agents. Previously, I've come to you before campaigning about the benefits of elementary physical education, but not at the sacrifice of the middle and the high school students. Due to the current Ed Code suspensions, if there are no legal matters, then it would have to be a moral obligation to all of our students. For ESSA, physical education is included in the well-rounded education for all students. How can we simply just do away with physical education? Even in my best scenarios for elementary physical education, I would want to be labeled as their teacher and as part of their curriculum, not as staff and not as enrichment. To me, this demonstrates the importance of vocabulary. In writing my innovation grant for teachers teaching teachers, the goal was creating the professional learning that was lacking to introduce classroom teachers and build confidence in physical fitness activities, and also to integrate other subjects to reinforce their learning using a movement-based approach. As much as I welcome the opportunity to positively influence the lives of our CUSD K-5s, I hate to do it at the sacrifice of my secondary students' mental and physical health. In our reopening of our schools and getting our students to return to some shape and size of normalcy, why would you remove their physical education class? As we return from this health pandemic, we have seen the effects of heart disease, obesity, and high blood pressure, creating a more at-risk population. Why would you not want to educate our students on their continued path of physical literacy and wellness to understand their bodies? Since this class could very well be the only movement of the day. Without it, they would remain sedentary, depressing all their symptoms and allowing the cycle to continue. There's more information on this article from Reopening School Safety, the case of collaboration, constructive disruption from pre-COVID-19. And it states that we can't allow that even as the curtail of physical contact, we must not abandon our physical.
Thank you, Colin. Your time is up.
Thank you for doing your immensely important job.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker would be Trina Nguyen Lee.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Trina.
Okay. As I read the reopening of school, I have a couple comments, and I will try to make it short. Number one, having a special needs daughter, she is going to be in kindergarten. My concern is that they have masks and they have sensory issue. Most special needs kids cannot have masks because they have sensory and other issues with it. How are they going to clean their hands and wash their hands and such? Also, second, for typical kids and special needs kids, how are we going to do with the playground? Because the kids need to play with each other. The kids need to learn to share and care for each other. And how are we going to do that with the 6 distant apart from each other, and especially in classroom? And the third one is for those special needs kids who go to general education, it will not work out. I would rather recommend that we should do something much more hands-on with the teachers and have other options. And I hope we could get compromise and get more input from the teachers and with the parents hands-on. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker would be Tiffany Iselny. Tiffany?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, Superintendent and Board of Trustees. My name is Tiffany Eislin, and I'm a parent of an incoming kindergartner. I want to thank all of the stakeholders that have come together to develop a comprehensive plan for the reopening of our schools. I, like everyone else, want our schools to get back to normal as soon as possible. If it were up to me, we wouldn't need a new plan. Our kids would attend school as usual with minor modifications like increased hand washing and maybe some extra cleaning measures. However, I fully understand the predicament the district is in. I understand and empathize with parents who are concerned for the safety of their children and families. I understand that many teachers and staff are also concerned for their own health. Therefore, it is prudent that we come up with solutions that everyone can feel comfortable with. I think we can all agree that children are at a very low risk of complications from COVID-19. As such, I am very concerned about the social distancing measures that are being considered for our children, such as requiring cloth face coverings and not allowing them to use playground equipment. According to the district's own survey, 47% of K-5 parents responded that they would not have their children attend school where social distancing measures were in place, where students would be required to wear face masks, and where children would not have access to recess, outdoor lunch, or other large gatherings. I think we can all get on board with reduced class sizes, increased support for mental health, and even distance learning and teaching as an option for those who are truly at risk. Our focus then should really be on efforts to protect the adults in the school environment. I suggest that in place of wearing masks, which are difficult to breathe in and do not show facial expressions, instead, teachers and staff should be invited to wear face shields, which are clear, cost-effective, easy to clean, comfortable to wear, and easy to breathe in. Children can then see their teachers' smiling faces. Those with special needs and difficulty hearing can read lips and facial expressions, and teachers' voices will not be muffled during lessons. Masks and other social distancing measures are detrimental to children's emotional and developmental health and well-being and should not be a requirement for school reentry. Instead, please consider limited, reasonable modifications such as increased hand washing, cleaning protocols, and protecting staff and teachers with clear face shields. Let the children play, build close relationships, and see each other's facial expressions in as close to a normal school environment as possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker would be Nicole Lewis.
That speaker's not online.
Okay, thank you. Michelle Plassel Campbell.
Thank you for really listening to our parents and communities with regards to ideas and plans for reopening our schools. I greatly appreciate the work done to keep students at their normal school campuses. Not making our students shift between sites is a huge relief for both students and parents. Thank you also for giving parents and students so many options as to what school will look like for each family individually to meet the needs of every student and family. I hope that moving forward, discussions regarding curriculum for the fall will involve parents. Questions I am already hearing is if the online option is Florida Virtual or Apex, are they also going to be used on campuses? So if a student moves from online to in-person or the reverse, it is a seamless transition. I have not heard many positive comments made by users of Canvas learning platforms from the student side. From teachers at the college level, they are required to attend about 6 weeks of training on how to use Canvas, and even then, they do not find it easy. I have concerns regarding how we can support students and teachers in the Canvas platform, given that we are 62 days from tonight away from August 18th. I would rather see the district expand the use of School Loop and Google Classroom with additional training for staff and resources for parents than jump once again to another platform that is unfamiliar to all of our communities. So I want to thank you for all the work you have done so far on the reopening plan, and I look forward to seeing the details fleshed out further, but I really hope that you strongly consider not moving to Canvas because the feedback is not positive from what I have seen, and I do not want to find our families once again unsupported and feeling lost when they've already tried to figure out 2 new systems. To jump to a third seems pointless. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. The next speaker would be Robert Dreesen.
Yes, good evening. Thank you. My name is Robert Dreesen. I have an incoming sophomore at Aliso Niguel, and I have an incoming first grader at LNES. I first want to say that this really appears to be a budget issue and not a COVID issue. Already, you guys have said that special education is going to go back to normal because of class sizes. In addition, you continue to say, we won't be back till normal until we're at stage 4. You appear to be the only district advocating that. There are several districts in Orange County that are advocating back to normal at phase 3. I invite you to look at Placentia Yorba Linda Unified as one of those that is at phase 3 is going to go back to normal. As you have it proposed, for the elementary schools, it's going to be only 2.5 hours of live instruction. Over 80% of the people on the survey said they were unhappy because there was not enough teacher interaction. 2.5 hours is not going to be sufficient for those students, and they are going to further regress. Additionally, using the flipped classroom model for 6 through 12, it is only going to have more problems because half of the time you are proposing they are going to have a second teacher that may not be teaching the same curriculum as the teacher that they're actually going to be in front of. As the caller in front of me mentioned, I have used Canvas for the Air Force, and it is a terrible program for an adult who is an attorney. I can only imagine a kindergarten having to use Canvas. You continue to reiterate that current staffing and resources should be used, but yet this plan appears to show that the current staffing is going to be cut and resources are going to have to be expended further. There are several ways that you can figure out a way to make the distancing work as you're going to make it work for special education and make it work for general education. I also invite you to discuss with your legal counsel the costs that are going to be incurred for the IEP and 504s that you are not going to properly provide. So if you are looking at the costs, which this truly is when you break it down, this has nothing to do with COVID, it's costs. You need to look at the additional costs that you are going to suffer, as well as the kids that are going to further regress. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. The next speaker would be Ryan Kugler.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Reardon and the Board of Trustees. I just wanted to come in here and thank many of you for the hard work you guys put in. I really appreciated that presentation, the many options that have been provided for parents. I don't do this a whole lot. I know there's a lot of people that have been mobilized and come out here to do these different things. Typically what I'm seeing, I hear a lot of complaints and not a lot of solutions. So thank you for the amount of solutions that you put forward. It seems that a lot of people like to complain just to complain. My concern, and I do appreciate, is the different models that you put forth. I think you've tried to appease and make it the best situation for everybody, to as many people that can attend as possible. It's evident that you're not going to make everybody happy. What I do want you guys to do, because you are elected officials and we do put that on you to lead, and you get put in difficult situations. So I would just ask that you continue to rely on the experts and the people who rely on actual science and facts and not cherry pick different data and anything to meet their different agendas. I understand we're all in a difficult situation. And as I like to say, life is not fair. And I see a lot of people saying that they can't get their kids to do different things. Everybody has different situations. Hey, you know what? This is our opportunity to build our mental stability for our children and everybody else. Things are going to come at us, and we're going to have to do this together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. We'll go with Erica Areola, please.
Hi. I was just wondering, because I am working with Capo Unified at ATP, also have 2 kids in school. If we do this hybrid kind of education thing, Ryan, if you would actually pay attention, that would be great, instead of playing on your phone. What are we going to do with the parents that are working with kids in elementary school, middle school scenario? Do they have to be there full time and then their kids are there part time? What's the situation there?
Okay, we may get to the answers in a little later here. Do you have any other comments?
I'm also, because I've worked with my son distant education in high school, teaching him, working with my daughter, also doing the training that you guys are making me do for like 100 hours for like 2 weeks. I got 100 hours in 2 weeks, and it's fair because that's pretty much my time hours, and doing other trainings plus curriculum plus Zooms. It's very hard as a parent working in education, doing these trainings that you're requiring, also doing teaching, and no teachers are showing up for high school Zooms at my son's school. So this kind of thing that you guys are talking about, this distant learning and these Zoom meetings or these Google Meet meetings. So my son's failing. Luckily, he had a D in algebra prior to this. When he's trying to reach out to his teacher doesn't have office hours. His biology teacher doesn't have office hours. So no one has office hours. So they don't have those resources to get those support. That's kind of like, as a parent, that we're like struggling with. And I have to now teach on top of doing my daily job, on top of making dinner and cooking and cleaning and doing everything else. I'm working like 100 hours a day almost. I'm working literally 24 hours a day, not being able to sleep because I have to do high school, middle school, elementary, plus cooking and cleaning and everything else, and my job and training just to make ends meet as a single mom. How is that fair for us?
Thank you, Erica. We'll get to some conversation here in a minute. The next speaker, Stephanie Terrazia.
Thank you. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Vitale, and staff. I appreciate the tremendous amount of time and thought that has been dedicated to the creation of the staff recommendation for the reopening plan. My feedback relates to component number 2 for the curriculum and instruction being considered for 2020-2021 school year. Staff is researching Florida Virtual or Apex and a singular management system, Canvas, as options. And my feedback would be to also consider our existing curriculum adoptions and platforms with additional training rather than abandoning the board adopted curriculum for each academic subject because it was deemed as the best available for our students. The investments for more training and all of the features and digitally embedded tools in our current adoptions would seem much more beneficial, as we will stay with those when we resume under our traditional format, rather than creating a new learning curve for something that will no longer be used after the pandemic. Our students and teachers have experience with the use of Google Classroom and School Loop. Our typical curriculum adoption is considered with various stakeholders, and it would be helpful for parent inclusion for input on component number 2. Distance learning was not a failure for all school sites, and there were many teachers that were very successful. And it would be beneficial to build on those best practices for the reopening rather than starting over with something new, as there will most likely still be differences even if we adopt a pre-built curriculum. As the models for secondary are evolving, the sample in the presentation shows that departments will be on campus at specific times of day. As of right now, it shows elective classes in the morning and math at the end. It would be preferred to have math instruction first, as students are typically more fresh at the beginning of the day and tend to fatigue as the day goes on, when it would be more appropriate to have elective towards the end of the day. Last, I echo the concerns of other parents regarding the adherence to social distancing guidelines, and it is important that along with the plans for academic options, that it be very clear what the physical behavior expectations will be, as this will be new for many students, and how non-compliance of these distancing guidelines will be handled for staff, as this will no longer be just a disturbance or disruption, but have potential health risks. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have 2 more speakers. One, Joy Schnapper. Is Joy with us?
That caller is not on the line.
Okay. Then the final speaker, Sarah Beck.
Good evening. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Thank you for your continued focus on creating a healthy and happy return to our schools this coming fall. I'd like to acknowledge your hard work. I see it, and I think a lot of other parents see it too. I want to tell you that I'm very grateful. As you grapple with our return, I urge you to take thoughtful and continued precaution for our underprivileged families. While I understand that many of these changes discussed tonight are dependent on the California budget announcements that are coming later this month, I beg that you take specific care in the implementation of options you are setting forth. The guidelines and plans being presented are particularly alarming in the continuation of systematic racism. Systematic racism is a form of racism expressed in the practice of social and political institutions. It can lead to issues such as discrimination in criminal justice, employment, housing, healthcare, political power, and finally, education. I won't be the first to state that our education system is failing us on many levels. While I understand that a real shift will include many people advocating at the state level, I ask you to please advocate now for our kids. I'm going to take a breath. Sorry, it's an emotional one for me. The children that will be most impacted by the options presented will be families living below the poverty line. This inherently involves many people of color. Due to the fact that these families are often single parent or dual working families, the children doing distance learning or attending school part-time will ultimately be the ones to lose. These kids won't have the guidance of parents at home. This will result in kids falling behind in learning and potentially putting them on the path of getting into serious social and physical trouble. What does this result in? A foundation of systematic racism and an undermining of the futures of thousands of students. This is particularly true for our Spanish dual immersion schools. My children attend San Juan Elementary. 60% of our families live below the poverty line. These kids need you. Please consider providing separate options for the dual immersion programs. The students at these schools need to be in school full time. They need in-person interaction with their teachers. They need educators keeping an eye out for abuse. They need educators there to provide positive reinforcement for their futures. Many of the parents at these schools don't have the ability to speak up for their families. This is a direct result of systematic racism. They don't have the educational background to assist their children while teaching from home or helping with their homework, and they don't have the technological abilities either. Please consider this as you're looking at your final plans in the upcoming days. I also will back up the other parent that called about San Juan Elementary, in that I do believe our current principal is failing us. I have gone to her about many things at our school, including the hotel, the parking issue at our hotel, which results in the students attending school being about 250 feet from the hotel. The two main places for sexual trafficking are hotels in California, are hotels along the 5 freeway, okay, and at public schools. So please consider all of these thoughts. I appreciate you listening. You guys are doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Finally, can we check to see if Joyce Snapper is back on the line?
We are searching and still do not see her name.
Okay. I guess then we'll move along. That brings it back to the Board of Trustees for questions to staff and comments. And I guess just to take it from the top, Trustee Hanachek, any questions on this item?
Well, I have some comments. I want to thank everybody for waiting. It's late, and for expressing their concerns, their opinions. It's really, really helpful. This is hard stuff. I've asked myself every day what I would do if I was a parent, what choices I would make. These are all Sophie's choices. None of them are good. I probably have just one simple one. I don't know if it's simple or not. Back to transportation. How would we help the students that are displaced from our TWI schools in the neighborhood because they, didn't enter the program at the same time, if we aren't able to do the transportation?
That's a question for staff.
Yes, sorry.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Trustee Hanachek. We will be coming back with an analysis on July 15th. We realize that we have families that depend on transportation, that above and beyond our students with IEPs that have it in their related services on the IEP. And so we are working very hard to figure out ways to make sure, with the restrictions on the number of riders it could be on a bus, how we can accomplish this. So I know that in the logistics team, we have a group that includes Carlos Chicas, the director of transportation, and many others on that team working hard to crunch the numbers. And so we look forward to doing some more deep analysis on that and bringing that back to trustees.
Thank you so much, Dr. Merwin. I know I'll have more, but I want to appreciate so much what you've done to this point. Thank you so much.
Trustee Bullicus, questions or comments for staff?
Yes, I want to make a request because in understanding, our staff has really turned themselves inside out to try and put together the best plan possible. There's been several parents and teachers that have asked why we don't stay with Google Classroom versus going to Apex or Florida Virtual. And I wondered if someone could just kind of broad stroke address that in terms of any of the major top reasons why we are looking to do a consistent virtual and using one of those two.
Yes, thank you, Trustee Bullicus. There is, when you're using one platform like Canvas, then there's a consistency in messaging, in grading, in the ability to track time spent by a student, how much time have they been engaged online. Parents can know where to go easier because it's kind of like a dashboard. It's an organized dashboard that is more sophisticated than what just the Google Classroom can provide. It allows the teachers to have better access, and then also principals to be able to support teachers with a more organized learning management system like Canvas. I'm going to ask Mr. Hill, if you don't mind, Trustee Bullicus. Mr. Hill, do you have anything else you would add as far as the difference between a Google Classroom and Canvas?
Yes. So first, we want to acknowledge that what Canvas is a learning management system. It's the same as School Loop. So currently we use School Loop in our secondary schools, grades 6 through 12. We don't have a learning management system in our elementary programs at all. And while learning management systems by their nature are maybe more easy to navigate for older students, there are those features that Dr. Merwin just reviewed that are available in a learning management system that aren't available in something like Google Classroom. Google Classroom is a place to store curriculum. It's a place to communicate with students. And so there are some features there that just make online learning so much easier when you're not able to be in a classroom every day, but it does not have some of those other features that a learning management system has, such as the ability to keep everything all on one at one location, so parents aren't having to go back and forth. The idea is to streamline K-12 so that parents don't have to learn a different system for elementary and then a different system for secondary. But we can't do through Google Classroom with curriculum that we develop what we could do through Canvas or a learning management system, what we plan to do with our curriculum.
And I would just maybe add to that, I'm sorry, Trustee Bullicus, but just to add to that to say that we would make sure, based on the concerns of our speakers tonight, is that we would offer parent training regarding how to navigate Canvas. So that would be a commitment of staff to make sure parents were up to speed and prepared on how to use it.
I appreciate that and the explanation of that. But I'm going to ask you to answer my part B in my question. Why Apex or Florida Virtual versus Google Classroom with what the teachers already have? I know the answer to it, but could you explain it to the parents listening?
Yeah, Mr. Hill, do you want to go ahead and take that one?
You bet. Thank you. So something to keep in mind is that our teachers in the models that we've looked at are teaching every day, all day, 100% of the time with students. Whether it's an AM/PM model or an every other day model, they're with kids all the time. When we attempted in the spring to roll out distance learning, we expected teachers to be working from a distance with students 100% of the time. And so some of those features that they were utilizing were definitely appropriate for that setting. The expectation of office hours, the expectation of synchronous interactions, the usage of Google Classroom made perfect sense in that setting. But in our proposed option 3, teachers won't be able to do both. They won't be able to teach 100% of the time with kids in the classroom and then go online and do the online learning portion of that. So we have to have a curriculum that will do that for them. And so the emphasis around developing or purchasing curriculum is so that we have those components that enable students to access curriculum without the teacher having to look over their shoulder or interact with them personally. Some of those features are things like, as I mentioned earlier, video, audio segments, portions that students read and respond to. A great deal of it is graded through automated grading systems, so the teacher doesn't have to go in and grade a quiz or an exam. So those are some of the features that are available in these types of curriculum that enable the teacher, when they are with the student, to focus on the student that they're with and not expecting that they would be working with students all day and then going online and doing the other 50% of the work in addition to that. We know that we have very committed teachers who go above and beyond for students, but the idea that they could do both 100% online and 100% in class every day just doesn't make sense. So they would be doing 100% in class and the students would be doing 50% online, and the balance of that would actually be automatically instructed and graded. So the teachers are really focusing on just the kids that they're working with in that smaller class setting.
Thank you for the clarification and the repeating some of those things just to bring clarity. Thank you.
Trustee Bullicus, if I could interrupt, I guess there's been some kind of technical problem, but our last speaker, Joy Snapper, is now on the line, and I think if we could break a second, we'll take her comments.
So first, I want to say thank you to everyone in the CUSD village and family that helped to get this worked out so that I have my 3 minutes to speak to you this evening. I always say that it takes a village, and this is a perfect example of that. So good evening, President Reardon, Superintendent Vental, and honorable trustees. I speak to you tonight on behalf of the 2,000 plus members of Capistrano Unified Education Association. I'd like to start by acknowledging the hard work put in by the members of the Lead Task Force and Logistics Task Force, including teachers, classified personnel, site and district administration, and members of cabinet. A special thanks to Greg Merwin and Josh Hill, who have documented the discussions and captured the spirit of the collaborative work done in those groups. Tonight, you heard about some of the options and proposals that emerged from those sometimes difficult discussions, yet very open dialogue. As the president of CUEA, I would be remiss in my duties if I did not address some of the outlined concerns of our members. With 2,000 plus members, the concerns run the gambit of what will I be teaching? Where will I be teaching? What curriculum and learning management system will I be using? What will my academic day look like? What are my expectations on a daily basis? And how does all of this fit into what I currently do? These are valid questions that need to be answered, and if they change the contract, need to be bargained. The biggest underlying concerns that people have, however, regardless of grade level, location, or subject matter, is how does the district plan on keeping me safe while I am doing the job that I was hired to do? Teachers miss their students, of that there is no doubt. Teachers want to return to what we consider normal school, but this can't be done in haste nor without specific guidelines in place. I've heard from the dais that we need to do what's best for students' educational program, and that is the baseline used when making decisions. We can all agree on that fact. You cannot do what is best for the students without considering what is best for the employees who deliver that educational program. In addition to shared agendas and documents within the task forces, there have been other scheduling ideas and proposals brought forward that I think are worth considering. If you are interested, I'm happy to share them with you. The bottom line is teachers are committed to making reopening work in the same way they committed to making distance learning work, which, by the way, they did with flying colors. Your employees, our members, bent over backwards in order to make distance learning the success that it was. Huge shout out to them. So while we can agree that we need to remain student-centered, and while we can assume that the health of students and staff is of the utmost concern, we still have many unanswered questions. Many of these answers require temporary changes to what CUA members have done in the past. And for the teachers listening, I will reiterate, any changes related to working conditions that are different from the contract or established past practice must be negotiated prior to implementation. Furthermore, the CUA contract is closed for the 2021 school year. We all have some hard work and heavy lifting to do. For CUEAs to continue to work with staff and district personnel to find reasonable and temporary solutions to temporary problems. Your role, as I see it, is to do your due diligence to remain fiscally prudent and fiscally solvent by using a zero-based budgeting approach when looking ahead. You must look at the budget and determine what elements of the educational program must happen and what can be temporarily suspended in order to weather the fiscal deficit. Simply put, the must-haves outweigh the wants. In closing, what we must have are teachers with students in safe and reasonable working environments. They are a valuable piece in the entire educational puzzle. Thank you so much for your willingness to work with me.
Thank you for your comments. We'll continue with trustee comments. And next up, I have Trustee Castellanos, please. Comments and questions. Perhaps you stepped away. Let's try. Is she going to speak?
I don't know. She's not reacting.
Okay. No.
Krista, are you there?
Let's go. Let's move on to Trustee Holloway, please.
Yes, thank you. I have a question for our attorney, Tony DeMarco, if he's available to us. Do we know if he's present?
I think he's still on the line.
I'm still here.
Oh, very good. Thank you. Thank you. In our report here, we've stated that we as a school district, and I would assume any public school district or charter school, we need to adhere to a standard of care. And at this time, we are basing our standard of care on the California Department of Public Health and our Orange County Healthcare Agency. So what would happen to a school district that does not meet that standard of care as it's defined by these agencies?
Yeah, and so the standard of care isn't exactly defined right now. Again, we're waiting for additional guidance. We're combing through what guidance we do have. Orange County, the health department needs to put out some guidance as well. We anticipate that they will, but it's just like any other situation that you're familiar with. You know, if we fall below the standard of care and we don't monitor a playground and a student gets hurt, we know that we could be liable for being negligent. If we don't meet the standards of care related to the new COVID regulations or the guidance that we get on COVID, it could be possible that someone could say we were negligent. So the standard of care is really nothing new. It's applied in every aspect of the way the district does business. The only thing that's new for us is figuring out what that standard of care will be related to COVID, making adjustments and ensuring that we're complying with the best guidance that's out there.
Thank you.
Patricia, do you have a follow-up or is that it?
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go back to Trustee Castellanos, who's on the line.
Can you hear me?
Yes, just fine.
Oh, thank you. My mute wasn't working. My mute wasn't unmuting.
Okay.
Okay, just follow up from staff. If I could get clarification on the Canvas management system. I know that just from personal experience, it has a very steep learning curve. And I was wondering, I know we are going to have to, I'm assuming we're talking about training teachers, students, and parents with the new system. And then how does that look before school starts?
Thank you, Trustee Castellanos. I'll start and then I'll ask Josh to continue. But we actually, our director, Stephanie Avera, trained a group of elementary teachers. As we had talked about earlier, she has assembled a team of more than 40 elementary teachers to begin building online modules. And so they started first with training in Canvas. And it was, the experience, the training went very well. And she commented how quickly teachers adjusted to it and could start building right away inside of Canvas. So I think, very positive response to the initial training of this first group as they start to build that online curriculum for elementary. So yes, there will be training that we need to make sure teachers feel very prepared with Canvas, the learning management system. Again, if we'll take this to the board next week, so pending board approval. So we know that parents will need to be able to navigate it and be able to avoid the frustrations that they've had in the past with finding information and being able to get to things quickly, messaging, grading, et cetera. And so let me ask Josh, are there any other details you would share about it?
So I think I would only add that we would definitely be providing opportunities for parents to attend webinars or other learning activities where they could become familiar with it and work with our staff, as well as perhaps staff from the learning management system company to help understand how to use the platform. And then the training for the students would be provided. It could be made optional during the summer, but we would be taking time when we reopen schools to actually help students walk through it and help them become proficient with it before we launched it with them. So that time might be a little bit more intensive for the younger students. And we would simply commit the time that was needed to help them be comfortable with the platform before we moved forward.
Krista, follow up or?
No, I'm good. Thank you very much.
All right. We move on to Trustee Jones. Comments or questions?
Yeah, just very briefly, not only in emails and phone calls to trustees, but also some of the parents tonight have been expressing their disappointment with distance learning. And I do think that it worked well for some students, but clearly for the majority, there were many problems with it. However, what is being contemplated for next year is not distance learning, even for those who choose the 100% at home option. We had to close schools all of a sudden last year, and nothing that you do all of a sudden ever works out wonderfully well. Planning and thinking ahead is always the key to getting something to work well. So we aren't assuming that we're not planning for distance learning next year. We're planning for something different. So for those who were unhappy with it last year and think that we're going to be having distance learning 2.0 this coming year, that is absolutely not the case. Thanks.
Okay, a comment, but no question. So we'll move on to Trustee McNicholas.
Okay, I have a couple of comments and a couple of questions, so I apologize if I'm a little long-winded. One is to people who referenced our survey that says 88% of the people want to come back, so why don't we come back? Also look at the next line down on that survey that says 86% of people said they would come back even if there were restrictions in place. So that's kind of where we are. And realizing that was a survey, not a vote. Really, voting is only up to the 7 of us. So thank you for your input, but we don't necessarily, that sounds really rude, but we don't necessarily vote the way the survey says. We have other things we need to take into consideration, like the budget. The other reference was to, and this leads into a question, several people mentioned other school districts in Orange County are going back full time, like Placentia Yorba Linda. Well, if you go really look at Placentia Yorba Linda's plan, theirs is pretty much the same as ours. They would love to do what's equivalent of our option 1, go back full time 2, but they are still restricted by the same guidelines and the things that we are bound by. So they will plan to do a hybrid or a 50-50. I'm not sure the details how they're doing it, but right now they won't be able to do it either. So if anybody else has another, and this is out to parents and staff, if you know of somebody else in Orange County that says they're going back full time right now, even with the current state public health guidelines, we want to know about it and how they're doing it. Maybe they have more room, maybe they have more money. There's all kinds of reasons they might be able to do that.
Magical thinking.
Or magical thinking, yeah. The other thing is people, and I don't want to say it's really threats, but people say, if my kid can't go back full time, I'm going to pull them and they're going to go to a charter or a private school. And I think Tony has already answered one. That was, and one of Patricia's questions, charter schools will have to go by the same guidelines that we do. They are public schools. Now, my question, I guess, is to staff and trustees, if you know any different. Even parents say we love CUSD, but I'm going to pull my kids and go to private school. Now, question for staff is, if you know of a private school that is going back full-time 100%, how are they doing it? We may not be able to afford how they're doing it. And Tony, don't those same standard of care guidelines apply to private schools, or don't they?
Yeah, so I'll jump in and answer that question first. The answer is yes. The same standard of care would apply to a private school. So they're going to have to be looking at the CDC guidance. They're going to have to be looking at the state Department of Health and any local county ordinances as well. So the same standard of care, for example, if they put 36 kids in a classroom and they weren't socially distanced and they didn't observe a lot of the protocols that you guys are talking about, and there was a massive COVID outbreak, that could lead to litigation for them and there could be liability there.
Okay, a follow-on question to that is, people have written us saying, well, we'll sign a waiver. And could you briefly describe why we can't do waivers either?
Well, the state constitution requires school districts to provide a free and appropriate education to district students. And it's our legal opinion that we cannot condition their participation in education upon them waiving claims against the school district. There's also a lot of equity issues associated with that analysis. The types of individuals that may feel like they have no other choice but to sign some sort of waiver because they need access to education, versus those other folks who can say, I'm not going to sign the waiver and I'll take my kids, for example, and pay tuition in private school. So there's access issues, there's equity issues associated with asking for a waiver, and we don't think it'd be legally enforceable even if somebody did sign it.
Okay, thank you. And my other question is actually in another realm, and it relates to, we have about 62 days left before we have to open this, and we are asking parents to make a choice and do a pre-registration option for families starting next week, I think. And I know a lot of parents say, I don't know what my choice would be because I don't know the details of what it's going to, what the campus is going to look like, what the classroom is going to look like. And I would love to be able to say, I know exactly what it's going to look like. I don't. None of us do. We're, you know, you can go to the California Department of Health guidelines. If you say, are we going to have to wear masks or we don't have to? Right now, the way I read the California Department of Health, correct me if I'm wrong, anybody, is masks are encouraged but not mandated for students. But I believe there is a mandate for teachers. So if I had to open schools today, that's what I would probably say is what it's going to look like. I think you've heard a lot of discussion around how we are going to include art, include music, include PE. It may not look exactly like it looked last year, but we're trying to make all those things happen. My question is on early registration and then follow-up, which is going to take a lot of manpower at the district level. Will there be a default option for families who do not pre-register or that we can't get a hold of? Will they be assigned to, for instance, in elementary, they will be assigned to full day cohort A or B? Or in secondary, will they be assigned to a class schedule similar to the way our middle schoolers have a kind of a temporary class schedule as they go on into high school? They kind of already know the classes they're going to take. If we don't hear from a family during pre-registration, do we have a default plan?
Yeah, thank you very much, Trustee McNicholas. So we will have the default option for elementary, that it will be the full day option will be the default, because we don't want a family to be penalized if they, you know, by not responding or not understanding, and then they lose out on that full day option. So the default will be the full day for elementary. And then for secondary, you know, the default will be the on-campus 50% of the time, and obviously not, the default would never be the 100% online. Josh, anything else on the secondary component on that you would add?
No, I think that's exactly what it would be.
Okay, and then just to follow up to Trustee McNicholas on your comments, yes, we realize that, you know, an early registration could be challenging. We will do our, we'll make sure that we clearly describe the options and the choices within option 3, and that we recognize it's an early registration, and we have to say, you know, as of now, you know, where the guidelines are as such, but we then, that's why that confirmation at the end of July is so critical, to then loop back to them to be able to have the staff available to loop back and make sure that we, you know, as things clarify as we go through July, to make sure that's still their choice.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so it comes back to me, and first, I'd like to thank all the callers for the comments this evening, pro and con about the plan. We're learning as fast as we can, and as much information as we can get from the public is greatly appreciated. And it has modified our plans to hear your feedback. So I would hope that continues. Second comment would be just, you know, say something about the staff. There is obvious evidence that a tremendous amount of work has gone into this plan. And as we move forward, I can only see more ahead. And so from here anyway, a great note of thanks for the hard work, the careful thinking about what went into this. I really appreciate it. And I know the public will benefit from it. I'd like to make a couple of comments. One about the early registration, the thing that will happen next week. I've always had a sort of different cut when I talk to parents about this, which is to say, not so much, what are you doing with your child? You know, do you want this morning session, afternoon session, you know, full day session, all 100% online? Because I think that's a very difficult thing for parents to gauge. What parents can gauge is their personal household risk in the COVID pandemic. And I think that's the basis on which parents need to make a decision about how they want their children to participate in the coming school year. We have many, many families who've reached out and said, I can't send my son back to school or my daughter back to school because I've got, you know, a compromised husband or a compromised grandparent in the home. And these are very, very difficult situations. Ideally, I mean, the default should be, and we should be encouraging people to send their children back to school for as much time as possible for contact with parents and other students. But the basis for that decision shouldn't be a question of weighing quality of the 3 or 4 choices that might be presented. Rather, it should be a personal decision made on behalf of the household and the benefit that might accrue to the specific student. You know, it could be the student, for example, that's immune compromised and needs to be 100% online. These are decisions that only parents can make, and they're not going to be able to judge easily what's best online versus half day versus full day, et cetera. But they certainly understand their personal risk. And so I hope that in getting the word out and asking people to make choices, that is the basis upon which the choices are made. And if a person feels that they have no household risk, they should be encouraged to send their student to school to participate in classroom learning to the maximum extent possible. I mean, that is clearly the best choice. And, you know, we shouldn't be asking them to choose between 3 things where we know 2 of them are less optimal. If we weren't in the middle of this pandemic, we would all be back at school full time. So that's my comment about the choices presented to students or families. We should ask them to assess their personal household risk. And then I'd have a question, and that goes to a comment that was made by one of our teachers earlier about 100% online teaching in high schools and middle schools. Now, I wasn't aware that's part of this plan. Did I misunderstand what she said? Or my impression of this is that students in high school can go 100% online if they have that personal household risk, but their only other choice is the 50% classroom model that was presented in the staff presentation. Is there something I'm missing there?
No, that's correct, President Reardon. Those are the two options.
So the student who has to do 100% online is doing it because there's some risk in their household. Again, that same comment I was making earlier. And then otherwise, we encourage kids to come to school. And if we're operating in a restricted environment, they're going to be 50% of the time in front of their teacher. Let's talk a little bit about what we expect them to do on the days they're not in school. I'd like to hear the staff comment about that.
Very good. And Mr. Hill, do you want to go ahead and take that one?
You bet. So when they're not in school, they would be working in an online curriculum that would essentially look something like this. You go into the program, you log in, and it will bring up your 6 classes, let's say. You would click a link to the class, and then it would take you to wherever you left off in your work from the previous day. You would simply engage in that activity. Like I said, it might be watching a video, it might be maybe an audio portion, it might be something that you read. And then there are typically activities that they respond to. It could be a multiple choice quiz. It could be a short answer prompt where they type in some information. There are other dynamics, sometimes annotating a document or perhaps putting together some a PowerPoint slide or other indication, writing a short paper, whatever the activity might be. So they are doing that when they're not in the classroom with the teacher. One thing that we didn't talk a lot about is the ability that teachers would have either way to supplement this online piece. So many of our teachers have developed very highly effective activities that engage students and that really enable students to have a good time learning. And those are things that can continue to be assigned as part of this work. So it's something where whether it was something we developed or something that we purchased, teachers would still have the ability to individualize some of the activities that are a part of that. They also have the ability to go through and work with their teams to remove content that just isn't part of the class or isn't appropriate. So there's still flexibility and the opportunity for teachers to improve upon whatever is presented. But what we're really looking at doing is establishing a consistent base so that students are able to be at the same pace as other students in the same course, especially considering that some of those students might be 100% online for part of the time, but may want to come back to that 50% model. So we want to have that consistency. But when students are in class with their teachers, they're not on the computer doing their assignment. They're actually engaging in the activity that the teachers have developed for them. So that online component is just for the time that they're working outside of the classroom.
Okay, so in terms of terminology, that's not we're talking about secondary education here, or sixth grade and up. That's not the classical definition of a flipped classroom, because in a flipped classroom, students are sent home to do work and then they come back for support. Here, we're talking about something of a hybrid. It could work as a flipped classroom, but it would really depend on how the teacher decided to sequence the course. Am I right about that?
That's right. And we also want the availability of the teacher to do some interactive things with students, some of those activities and labs and things of that nature. But you're right. Typically, the flipped classroom is the teacher or the student engages in the lecture, let's say, that they normally would have had during the classroom at home, and then they come into the classroom and they would do that guided practice that the teacher would then help them with. It's like having the teacher there to do homework. Right. So that's the more traditional approach. You're right.
Okay, so strictly speaking, we're talking about something that resembles a flipped classroom in secondary, but not the classical definition, and it doesn't have to be. That's a teacher's option.
That's right.
Okay.
And it's not a parent instructed.
And not parent instructed. Do we have that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, another area where I've heard some confusion is in the elementary area, where we have students in front of their elementary teachers for, I've heard 2.5 hours, I guess that's about right, daily. And then for the other 2.5 hours, that student, if they're attending full time, is in front of another person or persons. The comments I get from teachers, they always refer to that as staff, but aren't some of those or many of those people actually credentialed teachers?
Yes, so let me jump in there, President Reardon. Yes, we have para-educators that would be assigned to these extended learning periods, and then we would be enhancing the extended learning with certificated, and that could be art teachers, PE teachers, music teachers, counselors. We really will depend on some more work and analysis on this and each school site might be slightly different depending on the demand of parents, how many parents are requesting extended learning. So each school site might look a little different.
Okay, so
I'm sorry, Jim. Dr. Merwin, could you explain what a para-educator is?
Of course, Trustee Holloway. So that would be sometimes they're called instructional aides or IAs, paraeducators. We just had, we reclassified them from aides to paraeducators this past year. So a paraeducator assists a teacher in a classroom, sometimes special education related, sometimes not.
So in a normal elementary classroom, there's a whole set of things that make up the curriculum subjects that the teacher has to organize, and the state has provided guidance in terms of how much of this and how much of that each student is supposed to receive by subject matter almost. In a situation such as is contemplated for August, those responsibilities would then be divided between those two places. Is that the two sessions? So in the extended day session, for example, if PE were provided, that relief would be given to the normal teacher not to do PE in the 2.5 hours because it's provided in the afternoon.
President Reardon, that's correct. So that the time that the classroom teacher is doing the instruction, it would be purely instructional time, and so that they could maximize that time. And then those other subjects such as PE, such as music, recess, you know, and thinking of our our students with IEPs, their pull-out services, those types of situations would come in the time when the students are not with the classroom teacher.
All right, so the classroom teacher would be engaged with the students, with the full caseload of students, which is a full class of 30 or so, all day long. They do 2.5 hours with the first group and then 2.5 hours with the second group. And in the alternate classes, those students may be facing a credentialed teacher or a, as you say, paraeducator or aide, or other staff member providing the elements that don't fit in the first part. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, so there's a follow-on here from Martha.
Okay, I'm kind of on the same subject, but looking at it from a teacher's point of view, if I'm not the resident teacher, the second grade teacher, I may be, if I'm a PE teacher, I may be at an elementary school 5 days a week with a different group of 15 kids or whatever. So I may have I may be half day in the morning, half day in the afternoon with the opposite.
Yeah, the opposites.
Okay. And so maybe I'm at that elementary school on Mondays. And then if I'm the art teacher, I'm at that elementary school on Tuesdays. And if I'm a counselor, maybe I'm there on Wednesdays. Is that kind of how you see this happening, where we have more itinerant, certificated teachers that will be able to provide this extended learning to maybe multiple campuses, multiple grades on one campus? Is that kind of what you see?
So that is something that we're continuing to consider in our reopening work, and we would bring back a more clear plan when we come back in July. But the only caveat, Trustee McNicholas, is we want to actually have staff assigned to schools as much as possible, and fewer itinerant positions because of the potential of exposure to multiple campuses. So, for example, you know, the itinerant going to 6 or 7 or 8 different schools, we'd prefer to actually have them assigned to fewer schools full time so that you have less transition between schools. That's a recommendation in the guidelines of California Department of Public Health.
Okay, and then one of the questions I've been getting from teachers is on that, the extended learning, will that curriculum be coordinated with the main teacher, or is it kind of totally independent?
Good question. So we want to, it needs to be aligned with the work that's going on with the classroom teacher. It should not be completely standalone. As President Reardon was saying, you know, it should be the extension of the day. And so it can't be 100% independently planned from what the classroom teacher is doing. So there would be an expectation that there is communication, collaboration, and direction from the teacher so that we maximize that extended learning time.
Thank you.
Thanks. I think that
Amy has a question.
Oh, Amy is asking a question. That'll give me an opportunity to think for a moment because I have a follow-up.
So is Judy.
Go ahead.
So I do have a question, and I'm wondering, you know, not to add confusion, but of course we have our standalone CalPrep, and we had worked very hard for CalPrep students to attend CalPrep and also their home high school for X amount of classes. are we basically giving a moratorium so that if you're a Cal Prep student, you are all virtual now, or are they going to still have that option?
Mr. Hill, do you want to take that one?
Sorry.
No, no problem.
That's a very good question. So our goal would be to support students first and foremost at their home school site. We anticipate having many, many more students, as many as between 10% and 18% of students selecting a 100% online option. And with those kinds of numbers, you can run a full 100% online program at your high school. So Cal Prep would not be needed in that setting. So the question to me is, when would a student go to Cal Prep as opposed to just doing this at their home high school? And I think it has to do with the goal of the student and the family. If the intent is guided more by safety and the desire is to return to normal as soon as possible, we would most likely encourage a student to work at their home school and continue in that program. If the goal was to engage in an independent study model, and that is how the family would like to continue to pursue their learning, we would recommend that they enroll in the Cal Prep program, because that program is a 100% independent study model. And I think it's just good to divide the two. Being 100% online and being in a 100% independent study model are not necessarily the same thing. Independent study is a very specialized program in California, entirely voluntary, and it's run under contracts between the family and the independent study teacher. And those strict contractual requirements must be met in order for the student to participate. What we're talking about doing is having a situation where students are not able to come to school every day because of those limitations on distancing that are in place. If we could have them there every day, we would, and we want to as soon as we're able to. So the online option at the high schools is developed around that idea of coming back as soon as possible, a temporary solution to a problem that we are working very hard to address. The more permanent option would be Cal Prep if a family was looking for that kind of a setting.
And just to reiterate, and I'm sorry to be belaboring this, but because now if you go to Cal Prep, you also can go to classes on your home high school. So is that going to be stopped? Because I don't see how you could manage that.
Right, yes. So currently that is an option because we don't offer online classes at the high schools.
Okay.
My assumption, and I would need to check this assumption, but my assumption would be that if families had that opportunity, they probably wouldn't find it necessary to enroll in Cal Prep. Now, there might be different scenarios, and I can definitely come back with some of that information, working with Mrs. Dougherty around the different families and some of their needs. But my assumption is that the reason families choose Cal Prep is because they want that online environment. So many of them, as you've noted, want to still be connected to their high schools.
Right.
And this is actually a great opportunity to think about learning in different ways. And so I know that, you know, there are a lot of challenges that we're facing, but sometimes in those challenges, you see things in a different way, and those ways might be better. So it's just an opportunity to explore some of these different approaches to learning.
Okay, that actually helps me a lot. I appreciate that. Thank you.
So we've got Patricia.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
And then with Judy next.
I wanted to see if I could answer, and I, back me up if I'm giving the wrong answers, but to a couple of questions that parents had in their comments to us. And one of them had to do with, for example, if we were to, if school started tomorrow, staff, and including our teachers, would need to wear face masks. And is it true that we have committed if teachers and staff, teachers are required to wear face masks, that we would have the face shields, the clear shields that would allow students and others to, see the teacher's face and his or her expressions and so on. Is that the case?
Yes, thank you, Trustee Holloway. Yes, so again, just referring back to the California Department of Public Health guidelines, we would be ready with all those supplies that are needed. And the guidelines do clearly describe the use of face shields. And so we would be, everybody would be equipped exactly the way that it's described.
Okay, and then another parent, this one was a parent at San Juan Elementary, but this would apply to all our elementary schools. And the parent was concerned that students wouldn't have the option to be at school all day, and what would the children do if both parents worked, or a parent couldn't be with the child if the child was home from school. So we do have a full day option at every elementary school. So a parent in the situation she described, their child would be able to attend school. Part of the day would be with their classroom teacher. The other half of the day would be in the extended learning, which would be fully supervised by either a teacher or a teacher's aide or a school counselor. So that family would be able to select the full day option if that's what met their needs. So is that correct?
That is correct, Trustee Holloway, yes.
Okay, very good. Now, the other consideration that we haven't touched upon yet is our families that have chosen a immersion school, a language immersion program. So we have 3 schools in our district, Viejo Elementary, San Juan Elementary, and Las Palmas Elementary. And then we have middle schools that have an Spanish immersion option. And then we have 1 school that has a Chinese language program. So how are we supporting these language programs with our option, with our options for next year?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So they would just the same have the same choices, 100% online option. And then if we're talking the elementary, you would have both the half day and the full day options. We recognize we have to build those online modules especially for Mandarin, where there is nothing, as we've looked at other districts, there's nothing that's pre-built or no other options. We must build our own to make our own online curriculum. And same thing for our 2-way, for our middle and our high and our elementary, we would make sure our team has to build those. And so families would have the same choices at those schools.
Okay, so we have our expert teachers and staff on the case right now. They know that these are specialized programs with specialized, educational needs. And we've got people working, around the clock on preparing our teachers and staff to greet those students in August.
Yes, Trustee Holloway, we have on our lead team, we have teachers from Mandarin program and teachers from the immersion program that are part of the planning. And then we have the team of teachers for the elementary already beginning work on these. And then, of course, as we mentioned, secondary, we will come back next week with what our plan will be.
Thank you.
I see Trustee Bullicus, please.
Yes. I'm going to also ask for a clarifying explanation for our audience. Just to be clear to all the parents in regards to the online platforms that we're talking about, and that we don't just pick and choose models that we like, could you just touch on the fact that we are guided certainly whether in class or online, with California standards and the California Ed codes?
Yes, and Mr. Hill, would you like to take that one?
You bet. So thank you, Trustee Bullicus. Yes, that is the case. So anytime that we are adopting instructional materials, we go through a process. It's most commonly done with printed materials where we look at the standards that have been developed, the frameworks that have been created to guide instruction around those standards. And then we're typically selecting from publishing companies that have developed materials with those frameworks in mind. We pilot those materials in our classrooms, and we utilize the feedback and input from our teachers who've worked with those materials on those recommendations. The reason that we are selecting and moving with these two online options, Florida Virtual Schools and Apex Learning, is because we have done that process with both of those curriculum. So Florida Virtual is currently the curriculum that is used in our 100% online program. It is developed in Florida, so it is developed with Florida state standards in mind. However, the balance of standards in every state well, almost every state in the nation are those Common Core state standards and the next generation science standards. So where Florida has a curriculum that is specific to Florida, they have versions that are more general and aligned with national standards as options. Apex Learning is a little bit more responsive to California specific. For instance, they have a health class that is aligned with our California Healthy Youth Act. Apex Learning is the curriculum that we currently use. We've used it for many, many years in credit recovery as well as our summer schools. All of our instruction has been provided through that platform. But in selecting those two platforms, we went through a process where we did the same kind of piloting and vetting that would normally have been done. There are many, many online curriculum providers. And the value and benefit here is that we already have teachers in our district who have gone through that process, who have selected these curriculum, and who are trained to know how to use it. Hundreds of our teachers have worked in the Apex Learning curriculum. Anyone who's taught summer school, anyone who's worked in an academic intervention setting has already learned how to use it. And then, as I referenced earlier, our Cal Prep teachers, and we have many teachers in the district who have worked in that setting as well, are familiar with the Florida Virtual. So these are, in that sense, tested and tried and proven programs. Again, nothing is perfect. And a classroom teacher who is dynamic and does great work in the classroom, if they have never worked with it, will look at it and say, well, this isn't as good as what I do. And that's true. It's not. We want kids to be in class with teachers. That's the ideal. But when that's not possible, we have to look for the next best thing. And I think we've got two really good options looking at us. That is, again, assuming that we don't go down a different path where we are developing the lessons ourselves. So I hope that answers the question, but if not, I'm happy to clarify further.
Oh, no, I think that's been very helpful. And so further then, at least Apex is CHIA and FAIR Act compliant, correct? In their health?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank
and
you.
How about AG for University of California?
Yes, both Florida Virtual and Apex Learning have been taken through our UC A to G approval process. They are also approved for NCAA requirements.
Okay.
I appreciate that. It helps build the confidence of parents knowing that. Thank you.
So do I have any other comments or questions from trustees on this topic?
And President Reardon, if there aren't any, I just would like to very, very quickly volunteer a couple of answers to some of the other questions some of the speakers shared.
Yeah, take them
That's
all.
okay.
Yes.
So first, I would like to start with and you touched on it, President Reardon, the flipped classroom. The idea is not to take away instruction; it's to enhance the instructional time that the teacher has. So that is something that we will certainly continue to look at in our plans on how to best utilize that time that the teacher has with their students. That's the whole intent of considering a flipped setting. Also, we had a question about 16-1, and is that an average? That's actually, that number is basically can fluctuate. And the reason that it can fluctuate, and it's not a hard cap, like a 20-1 class size reduction cap or something like that, is because a classroom sizes are all different. And so the idea is that you need to have distancing, and it's taking a half of a regular size classroom, so that if you had a larger space, then it could be more than 16. So the idea is not to get fixated on the number 16. If it's a smaller class size, like a strange configuration or something like some rooms are, it might be less than 16. So it's an approximate number, and I don't want anyone to think it's an average or it's a max. So it's about achieving distancing in a classroom. And so it's approximately 16 students that can get you to that. I would also just reference our families back to the California Department of Public Health for the guidelines that, there were a lot of questions around student transitions and about protective equipment, physical protective equipment. Personal protective equipment, just refer everybody back to those guidelines. Let's see, and that we also recognize, yes, the successes from distance learning. We do want to build on the successes. And in the elementary team that's already been assembled, many of those teachers on that team are the rock stars, and they know what worked, and they're building that into those online modules. So just want to recognize that we are absolutely valuing that. And I believe that, and the other ones, the trustees did a great job of answering with your question and answer. So with that, thank you for the time.
Well, thank you for the presentation. I would hope when we have our next serious conversation about this, which I think is going to be on the 24th, that we could have a small sort of segregated presentation, maybe from a different element of the district staff, focusing on hygiene, cleaning, and that whole how we're going to take care of the school site setting during this difficult reopening. We haven't touched on that tonight. It's a big topic, and I know there's costs involved there, but I think it's important at some point here that we reassure parents that these school sites are going to be cleaned diligently, and that we have plans for hand washing and all of the other measures that are being recommended.
Absolutely.
Okay. And with that, if there's nothing else from trustees, we'll move on to item 34 on the agenda. This is board action to adopt the district's initial proposal to California School Employees Association for 2020-2022 negotiations. And I don't believe I have any speakers on this item. No. Tim Brooks, please.
Thank you, President Reardon. Can I be heard?
Yes, just fine.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, President Reardon, Superintendent Vitale, and trustees. Tonight, we are recommending board action to adopt the district's initial proposal for CSEA for the 2020 through 2022 negotiations.
Okay, and there are no blue cards this evening on that topic. Are there any comments or discussion from trustees?
President Reardon,
Yes.
could we vote on all of these initial proposals as one? I doubt that we will vote any differently. It just speeds things up a little.
We have item 34, item 35, which is the initial proposal to Capistrano Unified Education Association. And we have item 36, board action to adopt district's initial proposal to general truck drivers at the Teamsters Local 952 for 2020-2022 negotiations. If someone would like to make a motion to consider all three of those together, or a motion to approve all three of them, I'm fine with that.
Let's do the motion to consider first.
Okay.
And then vote to.
All right. So would someone, I'll make a motion that we consider the three items as one. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Consider the 3 items simultaneously. Okay, then we'll need a roll call vote on that.
Trustee Hanachek?
Aye.
Trustee Belikus?
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos?
Aye.
Trustee Holloway?
Aye.
Trustee Jones?
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas?
Aye.
Trustee Reardon?
Aye. So the motion to consider the 3 items together is passed as one. And so I need a motion to approve items 34, 35, and 36. Approved staff recommendation.
So moved. It's Amy.
Thank you. Second?
Second, Judy.
Okay. And a roll call vote, please, Ms. Schmidt.
Trustee Hanachek?
Aye.
Trustee Belikus?
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos?
Aye.
Trustee Holloway?
Aye.
Trustee Jones?
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas?
Aye.
Trustee Reardon?
Aye. So that all 3 items are passed 7-0 as one. Now we're on to item 37. This is 2020-2021 Special Education Local Plan, Service Plan, and Annual Budget Plan. And I'll recognize Dr. Merwin.
Thank you very much, President Reardon, trustees, Superintendent Vital. So we present to you item 37, Special Education Local Plan Area Annual Service Plan and Annual Budget Plan. Staff recommends approval.
Okay. Any comments, or there's no comments from the public on this item? Any comments from trustees? A motion, please.
I have a question.
Sure.
On page 11, it outlines in table 1, page 11, it outlines the special education revenue by source.
Mhm.
And let me know if you've found that, Dr. Merwin. I don't want to.
Yes, go ahead. Go
Okay.
ahead, Trustee Holloway.
Yes, and so I was just curious under Assembly Bill AB 602 state aid. Now, is that the one-time funding from Governor Newsom's office, or is this something else entirely?
Thank you, Trustee Holloway. This is actually the standard appropriation that is by ADA that we receive every year. We did, per Governor Newsom's budget, have an increase in AB 602, but known as AB 602, it is the supplemental from the state that helps to fund special education.
Okay. And then on page 13, for table 3, it lists the state revenue, the federal revenue, and the local contribution, and that totals 109 million, approximately.
Correct.
So the local contribution, is that CUSD's? Is that Capistrano Unified's contribution?
Yes, Trustee Holloway, that's from the general fund.
Okay. So, and then just above that, so the federal revenue contribution, which is, almost 10 million. Our contribution is 66 million. Is that what was established in the Individual with Disabilities Education Act, the 40%?
Yes, you're getting at the issue that that we do not receive adequate funding from the state and federal government and for special education, and so the contribution has to come from our general fund to fully fund our programs and services for special education. Okay, and so just so I understand it completely, I'm
sorry for asking these
No problem.
detailed questions, but so is the IDEA Act from the federal government, so is that to pay 40% of the costs for each school district's full cost to provide the free and appropriate public education to children with special needs? So is the federal government's, responsibility 40% of $109 million, or is it 40% of some other figure?
And that's where we see where the intent is certainly not the same as reality. So yes, it's supposed to be 40%. And as you can see, it is not close to that amount.
Okay, it's 9% is what.
And so that's why we need we've heard the need for continual lobbying and support to continue until we have the funding that was guaranteed as part of IDEA, which is not there.
Okay, all right. So generally speaking, if the federal government, and by the way, the federal government for years and years and years has not been, stepping up to this, but we would have received, approximately over $30 million more to, help support our students if everybody was paying their share of, to support students. So,
yes,
okay.
and that would make a significant difference on the amount that would be the local contribution, obviously.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other comments or questions about that item? Okay, I would entertain a motion to adopt the 2020-21 Special Education Local Plan Area Annual Service Plan and Annual Budget Plan.
So moved.
I have a motion, second?
By Judy.
Okay, a second by Judy. Is there a roll call? Yes, we have a roll call. Ms. Schmidt.
Trustee Hanichuk?
Aye.
Trustee Bolokus?
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos?
Aye.
Trustee Holloway?
Aye.
Trustee Jones?
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas?
Aye.
And Trustee Reardon?
Aye. And so that motion passes.
Thank you, trustees.
7-0. And now we're up to item 38. This is the 2020-21 budget adoption. Clark Hampton, please.
Thank you, President Reardon, trustees. So tonight, for the first time in over 5 years, school districts are faced with significant budget uncertainty. However, there is no uncertainty that state revenues have been greatly impacted by the COVID virus shutdown. Depending upon the depth of the economic downturn, this loss of state revenue is expected to impact school district budgets over the next several years. I will now turn it over to Assistant Superintendent for Fiscal Services, Philippa Townsend, to provide more information on the progress towards a state budget and our proposed budget for the 2020-21 school year. Thank you. I'll turn it over to Philippa.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Townsend.
Good evening. Tonight, the budget before you reflects the governor's May revised proposal, including a 10% cut to revenue. 2 days ago, the legislature approved their version of the 2020-21 budget, which included no cuts to schools and a COLA of 2.31%. This was the statutory deadline for them to approve a budget, and now the governor has 12 days to either sign or veto their proposal or exercise a line item veto. In the meantime, negotiations are ongoing between the governor and the legislature to try and reach a compromise. It seems very likely that the 2021 budget presented tonight will be improved after agreement is reached in Sacramento, but it is also likely that significant shortfalls will remain in the out-year budgets for fiscal years 21-22 and 22-23. Districts are required to approve a budget for the current and 2 subsequent years that meet the minimum reserve requirement of 2%. So any budget shortfalls in the out years will need to be addressed at the time the first interim budget is approved in December. Other issues resulting from the pandemic are a reduction in revenue for the food service fund as a result of school closures, which may be addressed by federal revenues, and a reduction in revenues for the associated student body budgets at the high schools. Extra pandemic costs incurred by the district include supplies needed to safely reopen schools and to observe social distancing guidelines. These costs are already above $1 million, and the full extent will not be known until school reopens. The district will request FEMA reimbursement for 75% of the personal protective equipment costs later in the year, and also has received some state money for these costs. Federal CARES Act monies proposed by the governor would mean an additional $11 million to the district to address learning loss in students and would need to be spent by December. The budget passed by the legislature has proposed a change in the allocation method that would bring an additional $18 million on top of that $11 million to CUSD, but it doesn't seem likely that this additional money would be reallocated to districts that don't have at least 55% of students who are English language learners, low-income students, or foster youth. So the next formal budget presentation will be at the August 19th board meeting. The budget presented at that time will contain the results of the enacted state budget, along with all the final expenditures for the 2019-20 fiscal year. And with that, staff recommends approval of the 2021 budget.
Questions from trustees? Anyone? No questions. I think we've all sort of seen this coming. May I have a motion to approve the 2020-21 budget as presented?
So moved.
That's Balakis. Yes, and a second, please.
Second.
I have it here from, I'm tired, excuse me, from Trustee McNicholas. We'll have a roll call vote.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Balakis.
Here. Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Holloway.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas. Trustee Reardon.
Aye. The budget is adopted by a vote of 7-0.
Were there no blue cards on this?
And there were no blue cards. So we now need a motion to adjourn. Any takers?
So moved.
Okay, I'll second the motion to adjourn. A roll call vote, please.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye, and thanks all. Bye.
Trustee Balakis.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Holloway.
Aye. Thank you, everyone.
Trustee Jones.
Aye. Thank you.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye, goodbye.
Trustee Reardon.
Aye, and the meeting is adjourned. It's 10:16 p.m. Thank you, everyone who stayed up this late. It's been an interesting evening. Good night. That'll do.